Chapter 54. The soldiers standing in the back, ready to pick up the leftovers, looked at these violent youths of the 1st soldier-grade demon hunt squad with dumbstruck expressions, not knowing what to do. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help the others," Zhang Herong cursed. He was secretly shocked. As expected of the elites of the monster hunters, it should be their first time on the battlefield, but they didn't show any stage fright and immediately went into battle mode. "I remember that bald guy was wearing a priest's robe when he came here. Is he still a priest? Also, that shield warrior girl, her shield is a little too big. Also, looking at the way she swung it, it was like a super big axe. Long Haochen, Sima Xian, and Wang Yuanyuan were enough to deal with the 20-meter-long city wall." Kai Er stood behind Long Haochen, quietly with her bamboo cane on the ground. However, she was using all her 5 senses to sense everything around her. Han Yu didn't stay idle either. He had already finished summoning the evil eye. A red light shot out from the evil eye and scanned the city wall. It was the Eye of Truth. There was no real priest in the team, so he could only rely on the evil eye to use the Eye of Truth. It couldn't be helped. However, the scanning range of the evil eye's Eye of Truth was quite large. It covered a distance of 100 meters in a straight line. When it scanned left and right, everything within 200 meters was illuminated by the Eye of Truth. It was mainly to prevent the demons from sneaking up on the strong demons like the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible demon. Han Yu and Lin Xian had also joined the battle. However, they didn't kill the enemies directly. Rays of pale golden light shot out from the golden sword in Han Yu's hand, accurately landing on the injured soldiers on both sides. He was using the Guardian Knight's most basic healing skill, the Healing Light. It consumed very little spiritual power. Under the effect of Long Haochen's spirit-gathering halo, he could almost maintain his spiritual power. Although the Healing Light could not heal serious injuries, it could reduce pain, slow healing, and remove common toxins. Moreover, the light attribute was the most effective against the demons. With the help of the Healing Light, the combat power of the 1st Battalion on both sides suddenly increased a lot. With Han Yu taking care of them, Lin Xian also played his role. Moreover, it was a huge effect that amazed his companions. With a wave of the flaming cloud crystal staff, clusters of crystal red light floated out. Each fireball accurately landed on a battalion 1 warrior, and the red light condensed into flaming armors. When the dual-bladed demons attacked the warriors, they would produce a burning effect once they were within a meter of them. This skill was called Flame Armor Transformation, and its defense was average. It was similar to the Knight's Spirit Light Barrier, but it had a fire-type attack that affected all nearby enemies. It was a Tier 2 spell. Although Flame Armor Transformation did not consume much spiritual energy and could only last for 30 seconds, it was a single-target skill. However, in the hands of Lin Xian, it had the effect of an AoE skill. Clusters of red light continuously shot out from the flaming cloud crystal staff like a cannon, and the flames began to burn the bodies of the warriors. Not only did it increase the survivability of the warriors, but it also greatly increased their destructive power. In just a short while, more than 50 warriors were taken care of by Lin Xian. Chunning was naturally the same as before, chanting a spell with her unique clear voice not far behind Wang Yuanyuan. The crystal ball in her hand emitted a gentle light. The 1st Battalion's warriors would never have guessed that this seemingly harmless little girl had once summoned the Evil Eye Lord, Cerberus, and other powerful level 8 magical beasts. At this time, the main force of the siege was only the dual-bladed demons, and their biggest advantage was their numbers. Although their climbing ability was very strong, when faced with Long Haochen and the rest of the Tier 4 and Tier 5 powerhouses, it was like cutting melons and vegetables. Long Haochen and the rest of the 7 attacked and assisted, taking care of this section of the city wall that was about 100 meters wide. And the 1st Battalion's area of defense was only 200 meters of the city wall. The 1st Battalion's warriors felt that today's battlefield was unprecedentedly relaxed, especially those warriors who had been enchanted by Lin Xian's flame armor, killing to their heart's content. However, Zhang Herong was depressed. The strength of Long Haochen and the rest greatly affected his combat ability, and as a bodyguard, Long Haochen specially took care of his side, slashing out a light, severing sword from time to time, sweeping away a group of dual-bladed demons. As a result, the number of times Zhang Herong's axes chopped down sharply. "Commander, are the demons only sending these dual-bladed demons to attack the city?" Long Haochen asked Zhang Herong as he fought. Zhang Herong said, "This is just a feint to test the waters, to tire out our people. Among the demons, the dual-bladed demons reproduce the fastest. They are extremely numerous, and once their numbers increase, their consumption of food will also increase. Demons are few in number and can only enslave us humans. However, food is still limited, and the demons are all soldiers. Therefore, when their numbers get too high, they will start a war. One reason is to use the war to plunder, and the other is to reduce the burden on the population. Only a cold-blooded race like the demons can do such a thing. These dual-bladed demons are here to die, but there is a meaning to it. The dual-bladed demons that are able to survive the constant battles have the possibility of evolving. With just one evolution, the strength of these dual-bladed demons will be completely different. At the same time, because we don't know when the demons will launch an all-out attack, our experts will be tensed and waiting. Our overall strength is far inferior to the demons, so we can't take the initiative to attack. Under the delaying tactics of the demons, it is very easy for our experts to become mentally exhausted. At that time, the demons will launch an all-out attack, which will naturally be more effective." Long Haochen said in astonishment, "These demons are actually so smart." Zhang Herong fiercely chopped a dual-blade demon into pieces with his axe. Most of the demons were originally mutated from us humans. For example, the Luke clan's lurker and the Earth Dragon clan stealth expert are all like this. Long Haochen nodded. The Earth Dragon's lurker is indeed very sinister. Without the assistance of the Eye of Truth, even experts can be successfully ambushed. Zhang Herong chuckled and said, "You don't understand this. On the battlefield, the Earth Dragon's usefulness is far inferior to the Luke tribe. If a large number of Luke tribe members appear, our side will need to mobilize enough magicians. Otherwise, if they collectively attack our soldiers from underground, we will instantly suffer heavy casualties. To us foot soldiers, the Luke tribe is a nightmare." The dual-bladed demons were indeed worthy of being the largest tribe of the demons. Although they didn't have any status, their numbers were truly not for show. Corpses were piled up like a mountain at the foot of the wall. But as far as the eye could see, the dual-bladed demons were still rushing over as if they covered the mountains and plains. Although it was night, the Exorcist Mountain Pass was brightly lit. Through this period of battle, Long Haochen had carefully observed it. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was about 3,000 meters wide. For a wall, this was not a small width, but for the enormous Exorcist mountain range, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. But it was this drop in the ocean that had blocked the demons for thousands of years. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was built along the mountain, with precipitous cliffs on both sides that were as smooth as mirrors. Even these cliffs were heavily garrisoned. Because of the terrain from the inside, the Exorcist Mountain Pass was about 100 meters high, but from the outside, it was nearly 300 meters high. The thickness of the wall definitely exceeded 100 meters. There were also all kinds of arrays inscribed on it to resist magic attacks. This kind of impregnable pass was guarded by 86,000 experts from the 6 great temples, as well as a steady flow of supplies from the rear. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to break through from the front. Even an army of 1,000,000 would find it hard to take a single step forward. At this time, a low roar came from behind everyone. Long Haochen glanced behind him. Impressively, it was Chan Ying, who had completed her summoning of the living spirit gate. Although Channing or summoning wasn't too reliable, summoning a little sheep like that time was also a very small probability event. Generally speaking, the probability of summoning a magical beast of similar rank to her was the highest. A 3-meter-tall, ash-black iron-arm demon bear brazenly walked out of the living spirit gate. This was a magical beast of the 5th rank. Although it didn't have any innate skills, it could resist and fight, which was very suitable for this kind of defensive situation. Under Channing-Er's command, the iron-armed demon bear swayed to the side and swung its fan-like bear paws to slap the incoming dual-blade demons flying. At this time, the 1st soldier-grade monster hunters used all kinds of methods to assist the 1st Battalion in stabilizing the defensive area. Sima Xian suddenly turned his head to Long Haochen and shouted, "Captain, let Haiyue go as well. This is a good time to snatch contribution points." Previously, because they were temporarily staying in the administrative hall, Haiyue had stayed there. Long Haochen hadn't had the time to summon him. Now that he heard Sima Xian's words, Long Haochen's heart was suddenly moved. That's right. With the solid defense of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, there was no need to worry about their rear. Even if their spiritual energy was exhausted, they could still retreat calmly. The dual-blade demons below were even more boundless. Wouldn't it be best to erupt with attack power at this time? They still have tricks up their sleeves? Zhang Herong glanced at Long Haochen in astonishment, just in time to see a purple light flash on his forehead. Immediately after, a huge figure appeared behind him. Haoyue's figure was absolutely intimidating. With a 4-meter-long body, majestic limbs, and those unique 3 heads, he had a kind of shocking feeling when he appeared. There was no need for Long Haochen to open his mouth to say anything. The man and the beast were telepathic. Haoyue's 3 heads popped out from the city wall. Light arrows, wind blades, and fireballs were all released in an instant. Moreover, they were extremely accurate and didn't waste any strength. Every spell accurately found a dual-blade demon. With just 1 round of bombardment, the continuously climbing dual-blade demons were blasted down. This was the powerful effect of magic on the battlefield. Generally speaking, in any monster hunters, the main attack output came from the magicians. Of course, this was excluding the 1st soldier-grade monster hunters. Summoning a magician to summon a beast or a knight's mount would also count for achievement when killing demons. The achievement token was equivalent to a spirit demon equipment. It was bound to the bloodline and all contracts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a high level. The detection spell formation attached to it was extremely sophisticated. Originally, Long Haochen wasn't the one who killed the most enemies. However, after Haoyue joined the team, no one could compare to him. Haoyue's 3 heads released rank 1 and 2 spells, but it was enough to deal with the dual-blade demons. Because the area covered by the spells was too large, Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan had to move a little to the side. Otherwise, they would have nothing to do. Long Haochen's spirit-gathering aura was extraordinary. Everyone naturally wouldn't use any powerful skills to deal with the dual-blade demons. With the help of the spirit-gathering aura, they were always in peak condition. For rank 4 and 5 experts like them, as long as they had enough spiritual energy, they could naturally make up for their physical exhaustion. Naturally, it wasn't just Long Haochen's demon hunt squad that stepped onto the battlefield. With the passage of time, not far from the city walls, Long Haochen's group would occasionally see familiar scenes. For example, by Xiaoma's signature plan attack, the occasional flashes of light attribute spiritual energy, Huang Yi's earth magic, etc. The defenders of the city were all infantrymen. Although not all 10 infantry battalions were on top of the city wall, there were still 5 of them. 5 battalions, 5,000 infantrymen. Even in the past, it was more than enough to deal with these dual-blade demons. Moreover, there were 5 monster hunters joining the fray. From time to time, the flashes of magic and the occasional rays of healing light greatly reduced the pressure on the infantrymen. This was the first time that the newly promoted monster hunters had shown their strength. It was completely different from the competition in the Holy City. They were now facing enemies, so there was no need to think about holding back. And the dual blade demons, which were low-level demons, had become the best whetstone for them. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Because of the strong performance of Long Haochen and the others, Zhang Herong, who had nothing to do, could only retreat and focus on commanding the soldiers. He only cast his gaze in Long Haochen's direction from time to time. The performance of the soldier level 1 monster hunters was very strong, but the one that attracted Zhang Herong the most was Long Haochen, not to mention the powerful demonic beast that he had summoned. He himself was like a legend to Zhang Herong. This teenager, who looked as beautiful as a little girl, was really too strong. His spirit-gathering aura had been released for a full half an hour. Although Zhang Herong did not know what rank this skill was, he had personally experienced the effects of the spirit-gathering aura, so he naturally understood how high the consumption of this skill was. But while Long Haochen was releasing the spirit-gathering aura, he had been fighting without the slightest bit of rest. Looking at his appearance, he did not seem to be exhausted at all. The biggest impression that Long Haochen gave him was that he was calm. Although he was not old, Long Haochen's temperament was admirable. He was obviously very strong, but when defending against the dual blade demons, he did not release a single powerful skill. At most, he only used the light, severing sword. His gaze swept over his companions from time to time, obviously paying attention to the situation around him. As expected of an elite, this teenager's cultivation was probably at rank 5, a rank 5 Earth Knight. When I was his age, I was still struggling at rank 2. Just as Zhang Herong was thinking about this, suddenly, a strange sound came from the darkness in the distance. Woo, woo, woo. 3 deep and awe-inspiring cries sounded. Looking from the top of the city wall, one could see 3 enormous, dark, golden rays of light suddenly soar into the sky. These 3 rays of light were brimming with a malevolent aura, and the dark, golden luster instantly spread. Hearing these 3 whimpering cries, the dual blade demons below the city wall seemed to have been injected with stimulants. Each of their eyes flickered with a crazed luster, and they charged towards the top of the city wall even more crazily. At this time, dozens of dazzling golden balls of light shot out from the top of the Exorcist mountain pass, heading straight into the distance. Long Haochen subconsciously turned his head to look and saw that there was another layer of city wall tower on top of the city wall. Those golden balls of light were shot out from inside the city wall tower. Dozens of golden balls of light scattered in the air, and in a short 10 seconds, those golden balls of light exploded one after another, bursting into a myriad of golden lights in the sky. The golden lights shone, and the dual blade demon army below immediately slowed down, clearly somewhat fearful of this golden light. Borrowing the illumination of this golden light, Long Haochen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, because he could clearly see that in the distance there was an unknown number of demon army charging over, hiding the sky and covering the earth. This time, it wasn't just the dual blade demons. Not only had the troops on the ground changed, but there was also an enormous black, cloud-like demon air force. Zhang Hairong's complexion greatly changed. Everyone be careful, the demons are about to attack. Long Haochen raised the Holy Spirit shield high above his head, slightly shaking it. His companions immediately understood and quickly drew close to him. The prismatic formation was almost instantly completed. Long Haochen temporarily stopped using the spirit-gathering halo and unhesitatingly ate a spirit-gathering pill given by Lin Hexe. He took half a step back, slightly closed his eyes, and quickly recovered the spiritual energy he had previously consumed. The reason why he could use the spirit-gathering halo for such a long time was because of the effect of his Son of Light constitution. The consumption of liquid spiritual energy was originally slow, so he was able to sustain it. But his spiritual energy consumption was already close to half. But his investment was clearly very effective. At least his companions were still in peak condition. Behind him, Han Yu unhesitatingly released a light magic, dazzled the heavens and earth, and transferred the spiritual energy within his body to Long Haochen. Whether it was as a retainer knight or as a substitute knight, this was what he should do. With Han Yu's support and the effect of the spirit gathering pill, Long Haochen's spiritual energy quickly recovered. Everyone be careful. Don't advance rashly. Lin Xian, pay attention to the defense above. Long Haochen gave a simple reminder, and the Holy Spirit, set in his hand, once again burst forth with the light of the Holy Spirit Guard. The demons attacked, and the dual-blade demons' offensive increased. The flare in the air lasted for a very long time, and from the top of the city, one could clearly see a few enormous figures. But at this time, Long Haochen simply didn't have the time to carefully distinguish what those demons were. At this moment, he truly understood why his teacher said that on the battlefield, an individual's strength would always be insignificant. Looking at the demon army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the 7 of them, the monster hunters, seemed so insignificant, not to mention the individual's frailty. At this time, violent magical fluctuations began to spread from the 2nd floor of the city wall, and they could faintly hear a low chanting sound. Without a doubt, the high-level professionals guarding the Exorcist Mountain Pass should be on top of the city wall. The demons launched their attack, so it was time for them to show their might. In a short period of 10 breaths, the demons that rushed to the top of the city wall showed a qualitative change. Long Haochen sent a dual-blade demon flying with his sword, and in the next moment he suddenly saw a touch of familiar dark green. "Everyone be careful!" Long Haochen shouted. A white light spurted out from his chest. It was the Saint Spiritual Stove. The dark green figure forcefully stepped on the battlements, and with a sinister roar soared into the sky, directly pouncing towards Long Haochen. This tyrannical figure was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. On its back, there was a pair of not very wide carapace wings. This pair of wings couldn't allow it to fly, but it could allow its elegant body to maintain balance in the process of rushing forward. Its sinister head somewhat resembled a lizard's, but it was even wider and it revealed dense and sharp teeth. The fiercest part of it was its 5-meter-long forelimbs that were like heavy blades. Wasn't this the king of the Zealand clan's double-bladed demons, the dark green double-bladed demon that had once given Long Haochen his first bucket of gold? When he first faced off against the dark green dual-blade demons, Long Haochen's cultivation was only at the 4th step. But now, not only was he already an Earth Knight, the companions at his side were also far from being comparable to before. The Holy Spirit shield in his left hand flickered with white light. It was the Holy Light Seeping Shield. Facing the dark green dual-blade demon, he brazenly welcomed it with divine defense block. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and one of the dark green dual-blade demon's forearms bombarded the Holy Spirit shield, bursting with dazzling white light. Long Haochen's body flickered with golden light, but he didn't retreat even half a step. The Holy Spirit sword in his right hand stood upright, blocking the dark green dual-blade demon's second attack. Dang! It was actually another divine defense block. In this critical moment, Long Haochen unexpectedly used 2 divine defense blocks in a row, completely blocking the dark green dual-blade demon's first round of attacks. Continuous block was another secret skill that Long Haochen had chosen from the Holy Alliance's treasury. It sounded like an ordinary skill, but this continuous block technique, combined with divine defense block, was the Guardian Knight's truly heaven-defying skill. Almost all Radiance Knight, level Guardian Knight, would choose this skill. The number of consecutive continuous blocks was related to the user's cultivation. With Long Haochen's current strength, he could only use divine defense block twice in a row at most, and the spiritual power consumption for the second time would be double that of the first time. However, when facing a strong enemy on the battlefield, 2 consecutive divine defense blocks and the superimposed light's vengeance could very likely bring a fatal blow to the enemy. Shield recoil. Long Houchen didn't use light's vengeance to launch a powerful attack. He was the team's core, and when facing the demon's attack, he had to ensure the entire team's combat power. How could he waste his spiritual power? Amidst the loud bang, Long Houchen, who seemed so small compared to the dark green dual-blade demon, brazenly collided with its huge body. Shockingly, the powerful dark green dual-bladed demon was sent flying by the impact, smashing fiercely into the battlements. "I'll do it." A cold voice rang in the ears of every Warrior Grade No. 1 Monster Hunters member, causing Wang Yuan and Sima Xian, who were prepared to support Long Houchen's attack, to dismiss the idea at the same time. A dark golden light flashed and disappeared. Just as the dark green dual-blade demon's body hit the battlement and bounced back, the light struck its hardest skull. The light flashed, and the dark green dual-blade demon, which was about to bounce back and continue attacking, stiffened and fell to the ground in the next instant, dead. Zhang Hairong's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as he watched from the back. That was the dark green dual-blade demon. The dark green dual-blade demon was extremely strong and was equivalent to a Tier 5 human expert. It died just like that? The hardest parts of the dark green dual-bladed demon were its forearms and skull. However, its central nervous system was hidden under the skull. How could it not die when its central nervous system was instantly crushed? Not only was it dead, its corpse was still intact. Let alone Zhang Hairong, even the person involved, Long Houchen's heart was filled with shock. He had faced the dark green dual-blade demon before, so he naturally knew how strong it was. However, this time it only lasted for a few breaths before it was killed. This clearly wasn't because the dark green dual-blade demon had become weak, but because he and his companions were strong. Without a doubt, the one who dealt the fatal blow to the dark green dual-blade demon was Kair. In the previous battle, she hadn't made a move and had followed behind Long Houchen like a shadow. Only now did she release that shocking attack. Her achievement points instantly increased by 10 points. Achievement points weren't that easy to earn. On the way to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, Gao Yingjie had explained in detail how to obtain achievement points. Among them, when hunting demons, killing an ordinary dual-blade demon would give 1 achievement point. However, this could only be done for 10. After killing more than 10 dual-bladed demons, killing 10 dual-bladed demons would only increase 1 achievement point. After all, for monster hunters, the dual-blade demons were relatively easy to kill. The top 10 was just a benefit for newcomers. On the other hand, the dark green dual-saber demons had a fixed number of merit points. In other words, no matter how strong they became in the future, killing the dark green dual-blade demons would give them 10 achievement points. This was the difference in evaluation. Of course, at this time Long Houchen and the others didn't have the time to calculate the achievement points. Long Houchen took a step forward. The Holy Spirit sword in his right hand stabbed the dark green dual-blade demon's lower body, and then forcefully flicked it back. The dark green dual-blade demon's huge body was immediately flicked away. Lin Xian. A red light shone from Lin Xian's hand, and the huge dark green dual-bladed demon disappeared under the illumination of the red light. Captain got it. In terms of wealth, the others couldn't compare to Lin Xian. The storage ring on Lin Xian's hand that looked like a fire diamond had a terrifying storage space. Such a valuable corpse of the dark green dual-blade demon was naturally best handled by him. He, who was in charge of the team's property, finally had his first income. In order to integrate with monster hunters, Lin Xian had paid a considerable price. The total value of elixirs he gave was probably close to 100,000 gold coins. Even if he had more money, he couldn't always make ends meet. The appearance of the dark green dual-blade demon meant that the battle had entered a white-hot state. It was no longer as simple as facing the Zhe Lin clan's dual blade demon. At this moment, a huge magical aura burst forth from the direction of the city tower. Countless magnificent lights shot out like fireworks, heading straight for the densely packed demon army below. On such a battlefield, there was no need to lock on. Any magic that fell would definitely hit. It was Long Haochen's first time seeing hundreds of magic being launched at the same time. The magnificent light instantly illuminated the top of the Exorcist mountain pass, as well as the dark night. The demons obviously wouldn't wait helplessly for death. Dazzling, purplish-black balls of light rose from the demon army below, brazenly meeting the magic that fell from the sky. If one looked closely, they would discover that the purplish-black balls of light were emitted by a type of demons that were over 2 meters tall. They had 3 legs supporting the ground, no arms, and their heads were especially large. Their 3 legs were especially thick, and they walked very fast. Their huge heads had 6 eyes, and the purplish-black balls of light were condensed at those 6 eyes. This was one of the magic troops of the demons. The Magic Eye Warlocks were adept at dark magic, and were a very large race among the demons. Compared to human magicians, the Magic Eye Warlocks were far inferior. They would only have some fixed dark magic as their bodies evolved, but they won in numbers. The lowest level Magic Eye Warlock's magic attack was equivalent to that of a grade 2 magician. They were obviously of a higher level than the dual blade demon, and could be divided into a total of 5 levels. The most powerful Overlord level Magic Eye Warlock was a grade 7 powerhouse. The majority of the hundreds of magic spells that fell from the city tower were blocked by the magic light bullets of the Magic Eye Warlocks. Only a small portion could fall into the demon army. A dazzling brilliance burst out, and a large number of slayers were low-level demons. However, the Exorcist Mountain Pass hadn't been broken for thousands of years, so it clearly wasn't that simple. At the same time as the first wave of magic bombardment ended, the second wave of hundreds of magic spells fell from the sky. Previously, when facing the dual blade demon, the magicians were conserving their strength, and now it was time for them to display their strength. Almost at the same time as the previous wave of magic bombardment ended, the second wave of magic bombardment came. It was completely seamless. Conservatively speaking, there were probably over 1,000 magicians on the city tower. Moreover, their cultivation was not lower than the 4th step. With the support of the magicians, the pressure on the city tower decreased sharply. At the same time, a large number of soldiers came to reinforce. They were different from the original infantry. These soldiers were all fully armored, and their cultivation was at least at the 3rd step or above. Under their replacement, the infantry battalion quickly retreated, completing the change of defense. The configuration of these elite soldiers was very particular. Each group had 3 people, a shield warrior, an axe warrior, and a heavy sword-wielding berserker. 3 people in a group, each fighting for themselves, and behind each group were at least 2 groups of backup. Although the demons had replaced them with a large number of powerful races after launching their attack, these soldiers, with the support of the magicians and priests on the city tower, were able to forcibly withstand the attack. At the same time, in the direction of the city tower, rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. From the wall connecting the city tower and the top of the city tower, one could clearly see thick cannon muzzles protruding out, rich magical light constantly condensing, and then exploding into huge balls of light. Magic cannons. Every attack was comparable to the attack of a 6th step light archmage, a powerful defensive weapon. On the Exorcist Mountain Pass, there were actually over 100 of them. Compared to the great battle that broke out at this time, the dual blade demon that Long Haochen and the others dealt with before could only be regarded as child's play. This was the real battle between humans and demons. Zhang Herong shouted to Long Haochen and the others, "Retreat! Change of defense!" At this time, the number 1 soldier level monster hunters still had sufficient fighting strength. Even Channing, who had recovered part of her spiritual power. Facing the demon army, they were really somewhat unwilling. But Long Houchen had promised Zhang Herong to obey orders. After using all his strength to blast out a dozen light, severing swords, he ordered his companions to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Still not satisfied yet. The staff in Sima Xian's hand was stained with sticky liquid, but his mood was quite excited, so was Wang Yuan. After retreating with Long Houchen, their faces clearly showed some dissatisfaction. Long Houchen glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "We are now soldiers. In 3 months' time, we have plenty of time to show our skills. Quickly retreat with the battalion commander." Just as they retreated, in the sky, the black mass of demons had already arrived not far above the city wall. At least half of the magic and magic cannons ejected from the tower were aimed at them. But there were still some fish that escaped the net. A 4-meter-long demon covered in black keratin and with a wingspan of over 6 meters suddenly descended from the sky. A dark and wind elemental dual attribute light blade flashed with a greenish-black light as it blasted toward Zhang Herong, who was in the midst of commanding the retreat. "Battalion commander, be careful." At this time, Long Houchen had already retreated with the others. His perception was so sharp that although the flying demons descended from the sky under the cover of the night, he was still able to detect it immediately. This was one of the notorious and powerful aerial races of the demons, with dual attributes of wind and darkness, the Makoje's beta flying demons. The beta flying demons were the true high-level troops of the demons, and they had the existence of inheritance. The so-called inheritance referred to the fact that the leader of this race was one of the 72 demon god pillars of the demons. Among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, some of the demon gods had their own direct subordinates, although these subordinates were also developed by infecting the various races of the holy demon continent. But they had the bloodline of the demon gods. The beta flying demons were the direct subordinates of the 35th demon god pillar of the demons, Makoje's. Every beta flying demon had the strength of at least grade 5. Makoje's personal guards were also grade 7 powerhouses known as bloodthirsty betas. The demon gods that had direct subordinates were at least ranked in the top 36. But not all powerful demon gods had direct subordinates. For example, the Judgment and Judgment Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu challenged the 7th demon god pillar of the demons, a Nan who was a lone powerhouse. Assault, stamping his left foot on the ground, Long Houchen soared in a flash. Hao Yue and Long Houchen's minds were linked. Greenie spat out a gust of wind from its mouth, blowing on Long Houchen's back, causing his speed to increase even more. The Saint Spiritual Stove's white light spewed out in the air. With the help of Assault and Greenie, Long Houchen had already closed the distance to within 50 meters of the beta flying demon that was diving down from the sky. Chapter 55. The power of the Saint Spiritual Stove was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The dark cyan light blade descending from the sky was affected by the Saint's spiritual stove on the beta flying demon, and it actually forcibly turned and went straight for Long Houchen. When it turned, it was less than 5 meters away from Zhang Herong. The Saint's spiritual shield protected his body. A loud bang rang out. Long Houchen's body was abruptly smashed down from the sky. He couldn't use divine defense to block while in a state of assault. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary beta flying demon. Long Houchen landed, but he wasn't injured. The beta flying demon was affected by the Saint's spiritual stove and instantly swooped down. Dozens of wind blades glittering with dark cyan light concentrated on Long Houchen. The most annoying thing about the beta flying demon was its attack speed. The wind attribute made it extremely fast, whether it was flying or attacking. Moreover, it used its innate skill. It was almost instantaneous. Its attack power was strong, and all of its attacks were of 2 attributes. It often launched sneak attacks from the sky. A fiery red light instantly spread out in front of Long Houchen. It was Lin Xian's elemental shield. His defensive magic was not only strong, but with the help of the fire cloud crystal, his casting speed was also extremely fast. Ear-piercing whistling sounds continuously exploded in the air. The Beta Flying Demon's wind blades were all blocked by the fire elemental shield. The Beta Flying Demon wasn't stupid. With its inheritance, its intelligence wasn't low. Seeing that the situation wasn't too good, the Beta Flying Demon spread its wings and planned to escape. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape. When it swooped down to attack Long Houchen, it was already within 25 meters of Long Houchen. The Saint's spiritual stove was activated. Although they were both at the 5th step, Long Houchen's Saint's spiritual stove naturally couldn't pull the Beta Flying Demon down, but it was enough to delay it. A huge shield shining with a sharp light soared into the sky, and a flying hammer shining with holy light came from the side. A dark cyan halo burst out of the Beta Flying Demon's body in an attempt to resist these two attacks. However, Wang Yuan and Sima Xian had used all their strength. With a loud bang, the Beta Flying Demon in the air let out a shrill scream. Half of the left wing was broken. The priest's holy hammer dealt a lot of damage to the demons. It directly nullified the Beta Flying Demon's defense, and Wang Yuan's divine giant spirit shield was not that easy to block. Fortunately, Beta Flying Demon's body was strong enough, so he only lost half a wing. However, with half of its wing broken, it could no longer maintain its balance. His body immediately fell to the ground. A dark golden light soared into the sky. Zhang Herong, who had just recovered from the shock, only saw the petite girl behind Long Houchen tap her bamboo cane on the ground. The moment the bamboo cane bent, she had already risen 20 meters into the air. Then the phantom-like dark gold light flickered 7 or 8 times in the air. That figure followed the Beta Flying Demon as it descended from the sky. Without letting the Beta Flying Demon fall to the ground, Lin Xian pointed at the fire cloud crystal in his hand, and a ring of fire wrapped around the corpse of the Beta Flying Demon. He pulled it back, and the next moment, it disappeared into his awesome storage ring. With such a big commotion behind them, even the armored elite soldiers who had just gone up couldn't help but look back. They were shocked to see that a Beta Flying Demon had been killed just like that. Are those people from the ordinary infantry battalion? Since when did the infantry battalion have mages and assassins? Long Houchen and the others had already retreated with Zhang Herong and the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Battalion. At this time, the way these infantrymen looked at them had changed, and there was clearly some awe in their eyes. Because of the addition of Long Houchen and the others, the casualties of the 1st Infantry Battalion were sharply reduced today. There were only a dozen dead and no more than 50 injured. This was unprecedented. It must be known that on the battlefield, it was these low-level infantrymen who suffered the fastest casualties. Brother, thanks. Zhang Herong patted Long Houchen's shoulder and laughed heartily. Long Houchen said, "We are your bodyguards, and protecting you is our duty." Zhang Herong gave him a deep look, gave him a thumbs up, and led the infantrymen to withdraw from the top of the city wall. At the same time as they withdrew, they could see that there were already more balls of golden light in the sky. At least 100 knight riding flying mounts had joined the battlefield. Their target was the Macoxia's clan's Beta Flying Demon that Long Houchen and the others had just killed. Long Houchen and the others didn't notice that when they withdrew from the top of the city wall, there was a pair of beautiful eyes with complicated emotions following their figures, until they completely disappeared. On top of the city wall, Shang Lingxin, who was dressed in military attire, stood in the middle with a cold gaze. Orders were continuously issued, and the entire Exorcist Mountain Pass was like a precise machine operating at high speed. A series of arrangements were made in response to the demon army's crazy attack. No less than 1,100 magicians were divided into 10 groups, and under Lan Yenyu's command, they took turns to release magic. After releasing the magic, They immediately went to the rear to accumulate magic power. There were also 20 Guardian Knight who released the same spirit-gathering halo as Long Houchin to assist them. With these magicians and the heavy firepower of the magic cannons, the demons besieging the city suffered disastrous losses. At the same time as the elite soldiers, there was also a special army of 3,000 people. They only wore light leather armor, and each of them held a short blade in both hands as they moved on top of the city wall. Once they discovered a powerful demon rushing to the top of the city wall, they would immediately assist the elite soldiers in launching a sniper attack. This was a power that belonged directly to the Assassin Temple. Only the Assassin Temple could simultaneously mobilize such a large number of high-level assassins. The cultivation of these assassins was at least at the 4th step. They were the cornerstone of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. After leaving the Exorcist Mountain Pass, Zhang Herong quickly led his subordinates back to the barracks. The wounded were sent to be treated, and the dead were registered and carried away to be cremated. Go back and take the time to rest. God knows how long those demon bastards will attack. Who knows? We might step onto the battlefield again soon. Dismissed. The infantrymen dispersed in an orderly manner, returning to their respective barracks. The majority of them couldn't help but look at the 7-man squad behind Zhang Herong, and many soldiers gave them thumbs up, especially those soldiers who had received the buffs and protection from Han Yu and Lin Xan. Long Houchin puffed out his chest, and at this moment he felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Yes, only those who had truly experienced war could feel the cruelty of war and the feelings of fellow soldiers. The soldiers didn't use words to express anything, but their gestures and expressions already explained a lot. Long Houchin knew that after this battle, their first soldier rank monster hunters had truly obtained the approval of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Zhang Herong turned to look at Long Houchin's group of 7 and laughed, saying, "You're all good. Quickly go back and wash your bodies and rest early. Things on the battlefield can't be guaranteed. Who knows? You might have to fight again after a short rest." The most bitter battle in the past lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Our defending troops were reduced to less than 10,000, and only then did we manage to repel the demon army. But that time, the demons also suffered heavy losses, and they didn't harass us for a full 3 months. It's said that in terms of the 8th step experts, both sides lost more than 20 people. Yes, battalion commander. Long Houchin's military salute was clearly much more standard. Zhang Herong lightly sighed. How good would it be if you were all soldiers of my 1st Battalion? But I'm afraid we won't be together for much longer. After saying this, he turned and left, his eyes filled with regret. But he also knew the elite monster hunters weren't people he could keep. Outside every barracks, there was a small bathroom for washing. In fact, only Long Houchin, Sima Xian, and Wang Yuanyuan really needed to wash up. The other four basically had no dirt on them. Ladies first. The first was naturally Wang Yuanyuan, followed by Sima Xian. As the regiment commander, Long Houchin was the last to wash up. He told everyone not to rest, as he had something to say to them. Very quickly, the 3 of them finished washing up and closed the door. Long Houchin said, "In today's battle, everyone's tacit understanding has improved. I have 2 things to discuss with you. The first is about obeying orders. After all, we are in the army. Obeying orders is the most important thing for a soldier. If we disobey orders, even if it's for the sake of killing more enemies, I'm afraid the army will be dissatisfied. So, please restrain yourselves." After all, Long Houchin was still young, and he hadn't been a regiment commander for long. Although everyone was more and more convinced of him, they still hadn't formed a real authority. So, when he spoke, he was very careful and tried to be tactful. Sima Xian rubbed his bald head and said, "Just now I was a little bloodthirsty. I'll reflect on it." Wang Yuanyuan glanced at him and said, "I don't care about military orders, but I'll listen to you, Long Houchin." Everyone had seen Long Houchen's performance on the battlefield. For the sake of the team, he gave up on using the Punishment Night ability and had been using the spirit-gathering aura to help everyone recover their spiritual energy. Everything he did was to take care of the overall situation, and he was becoming more and more like the core of the team. The atmosphere in the team was very good. Although Wang Yuanyuan's character was stubborn, she was still very convinced of this youth, who was younger than her by a few years. Chen stuck out her tongue and said, "I only have that ability, so I can't not listen to orders." The three people expressed their opinions one after another. As for Kai, Hanyu, and Lin Xan, they naturally wouldn't have any problems. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. Actually, it's like this. I've carefully thought about it. This time we came to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to train for a total of 3 months. It's also a process for us, new monster hunters, to gradually get used to each other. And at the end, when we leave, the Exorcist Mountain Pass Army should give us an evaluation. No matter how good our performance is, if we don't listen to orders, it's very likely that the Army's evaluation will be lowered, and it won't be very advantageous for us to compete for a ranking in the team competition." As time passed, Long Houchen's advantage in meticulous thinking was gradually revealed. As the regiment commander, he naturally had to think more than his companions. The second matter is more important to everyone. I want to properly discuss it with everyone. Although we haven't investigated from the battle just now, among us, the ones who obtain the most merit points should be me, Kai Sima Xian, and Wang Yuanyuan. But if we talk about the team's contribution, Hanyu, Lin Xan, and Chening also have a lot. But the merit points we obtained are not evenly distributed. I feel that the strength of a team doesn't only depend on individual strength. The most important thing is to increase our overall strength. And the merit points are related to our future advancement. If only those of us who charged at the front obtained the most merit points, and our companions who were in charge of support didn't get any merit points, it wouldn't be fair to them. Not only that, if in the future we have companions who are injured and need to recuperate for a period of time, what do we do when we are completely unable to obtain merit points? Will we fall behind because of this? This is a problem we must face, and the earlier we decide on a countermeasure, the better. Everyone, please speak your opinion. This was the most important thing that Long Houchen wanted to talk about. There were 2 main ways to obtain merit points: to complete the missions issued by the Demon Hunter Tower and to kill demons. Without a doubt, the latter was the simplest and most direct. In the next 3 months, they had to use this method to obtain merit points. If the merit points were to be affected because of different roles in the team, even if the companions who were in charge of support didn't say anything, they wouldn't feel good about it. This time it was Kyer who spoke first. My opinion is the same as Long Houchen's. His decision is my decision. Kyer's position as vice captain was actually equivalent to nothing, but no one dared to ignore her opinion. Previously, whether it was against the jade, green dual-bladed demons or the beta-flying demons, she was the one who killed them in 1 hit. Long Houchen was the mainstay of the team, and she was the team's sharpest weapon. Sima Xian chuckled. "Captain, I was just about to raise this matter with you. With Brother Yao in charge of defense from the back, this guy doesn't even know how to attack. If we don't think of something, how can he get any merit points? I don't have any objections. Merit points are good, but killing demons is what I like the most." Wang Yuanyuan also nodded. "Baldy is right. We are a team, a whole. Long Houchen, you tell us how to deal with this. Let's set a rule and follow it from now on. I only have one request. Try to be fair to everyone." On this matter, Hanyu naturally wouldn't express any opinion. He was Long Houchen's squire, and his main responsibility was to support him. Lin Xian and Chening naturally didn't have much to say either. Everyone's gaze, once again, focused on Long Houchen. Long Houchen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "I have indeed thought about this matter before. Sister Yuanyuan is right, we are a whole. My suggestion is very simple. Gather all the merit points and split them equally. If there is someone who has made a huge contribution to the team, then the other teammates will jointly contribute merit points to reward him. When splitting equally, we will also include the injured members. Split equally? Hearing these two words, everyone's expression immediately changed. Wang Yuanyuan was a little surprised, while Sima Xian was full of admiration. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of gratitude on his face. Qin Inger impatiently shouted, "Long live guild leader!" Although she had also summoned the iron-armed demonic bear to participate in the battle, she was still able to summon it. Although she had previously summoned the iron-armed demon bear to participate in the battle, that fellow was too cumbersome and was torn to shreds by the demons before they could retreat. The actual number of dual-bladed demons she killed wasn't that many, and the merit points she earned were probably only a little more than 10. This was because the first 10 dual-bladed demons each gave her 1 merit point. "Master, I can't be counted in." At this time, Han Yu spoke up. Long Haochen was surprised. "Why?" With a calm expression, Han Yu said, "I am your retainer. Moreover, when calculating the merit points for the team, I can't be counted in the team. This will affect the entire team's advancement. As your retainer, serving you is something I should do. Furthermore, I've already benefited greatly from the retainer's contract. How can I take everyone's merit points?" Ever since he understood Long Haochen more and more, Han Yu now understood his position very well. It was no wonder that he was like this. With the help of the retainer's contract, his innate internal spiritual force had risen to a high of 80 points. Going from 60 to 80 seemed like an increase of only 20%, but in reality, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had doubled. His perception and understanding of the light element had increased by who knew how many times. Having already obtained so many benefits, he naturally wouldn't ask for more. No, you're just a support. No matter what retainer you are, you fight together with everyone. Your contributions are obvious to all. If you want to split equally, then everyone will split equally. Otherwise, I won't accept it. The one who spoke was Lin Xian. He immediately expressed his support for Han Yu. For the entire team, Lin Xian's greatest role was in the production of medicinal pills. However, Han Yu's role was even greater. For the sake of the team, he chose to learn healing skills to make up for the lack of a true priest. At the same time, he calmly protected and supported from the rear. There was also his magical beast companion, the Evil Eye. With Han Yu's strength, if it was a new Monster Hunters team, he would definitely be a core knight. But now he was doing the support work for the number 1 soldier level Monster Hunters team. Everyone saw what he had done. That's right, if you want to split it, then let's split it together. Big brother Han Yu, we're family. Qin waved her small fist. She had benefited the most from Han Yu. After completing the summoning of the Living Soul Gate, Han Yu had always been guarding her. He was afraid that she would get hurt. The little girl had seen everything with her own eyes. Sima Xian laughed and said, "Well said. If you want to split it, then we'll split it together. At the very least, my merit points must be given to you. With you around, I won't have to complain so much. Let's do as the team leader says. Split the merit points equally. Come, split mine first." As he spoke, he directly lifted his sleeves. Wang Yuanyuan shrugged and said, "I have no objections. Merit points are just fleeting clouds. Long Haochen, you decide." Long Haochen smiled and looked at Han Yu. "You heard it. I don't need to say more. Just do it. This is an order, no objections." Han Yu originally wanted to say something, but after hearing Long Haochen's last sentence, he finally swallowed his words of refusal. He pursed his lips and didn't say any words of gratitude. However, there was something in the depths of his eyes. As a man, it was better to use actions to prove himself than to talk. Long Haochen took out the merit testing gem. This gem was bright yellow and hexagonal. He pulled up his sleeves and revealed the merit token. A bit of spiritual energy was injected into it, and the circular merit token immediately lit up. Long Houchin stuck the gem onto it and quickly revealed his merit points. 47. This was the total merit points he had obtained in the previous battle. He had already spent all the merit points he had obtained in the previous competition. Almost all the merit points that Long Houchin had killed were dual-bladed demons. These merit points also included Hao Yue's achievement. A total of about 380 dual-bladed demons had been killed in about 2 hours of battle. Kai took the initiative to stretch out her arm in front of Long Houchin. Transfer mine. Through the merit testing gem, as long as the person being tested agreed, the merit points could be transferred directly. Spiritual power poured in, and the merit medallion on Kai Er's white lotus-like arm circulated with a halo of light. Long Houchin stuck the merit gemstone on it, and his own arm stuck it on the other side. 25. This was Kai Er's merit number. The next moment, it was transferred to Long Houchin's merit token. One had to know that Kai had only killed a total of 2 demons, the Jade Green Dual-Bladed Demon and the Beta Flying Demon. The Jade Green Dual-Bladed Demon was worth 10 merit points, while the Flying Beta Flying Demon was worth as much as 15 merit points. It was obvious that the advanced demons had contributed more merit points. Next, everyone transferred their merit points to Long Houchin. Wang Yuan had 36 merit points, while Sima Xian had 31. One had to know that the 2 of them didn't have the assistance of magical beasts. These numbers were obtained by killing their own way. Chening had 11, while Han Yu had also killed 3 or 4. Naturally, Lin Xian had nothing. Long Houchin had the most merit points, and almost all of them were thanks to Hao Yue. The 3 heads released magic at the same time, and their long-range lethality was strong. In the end, everyone's merit points added up to a total of 143. After an average distribution, each person had 20 merit points. The remaining 3 points were temporarily stored with Long Houchin to be distributed next time. Cultivate. I have to break through to the 5th rank as soon as possible. I'll be able to learn a lot of skills. Sima Xian shouted as he got onto his bed. He sat cross-legged and began cultivating. The others also returned to their own beds. Wang Yuan and Chening tidied up their temporary hut. Although it was a little crude, it was enough to block the others' view. Long Houchin held Kai Er's hand and returned to their home. Let's cultivate too, Kai said softly. With that, she sat cross-legged on the inner bed and began cultivating. Long Houchin was slightly stunned. He felt a little lost in his heart. He really liked the feeling of hugging Kai Silly. Cultivation is the most important thing. In the future, Kai Er's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Because the last few words were too soft, Long Houchin couldn't hear them clearly even with his good hearing. Long Houchin sat down beside her and gently stroked her hair. He felt the fragrance from Kai and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Hao Yue paced around the bed for a while before lying down. Under his closed eyelids, his 3 heads and 6 eyes were emitting a faint purple light. But all the spiritual energy was contained inside. Only Long Houchin could vaguely feel that it was also in a state of cultivation. It was rare to see a magical beast that could directly use spiritual energy to cultivate. Most magical beasts evolved naturally. But Long Houchin didn't have much research in this area, so he didn't find it strange. Not long after Long Houchin entered a meditative state, suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked on. Is Long Houchin here? The military orders you to report immediately. A loud voice rang out, waking up everyone who had just entered a meditative state. Long Houchin frowned slightly and jumped off the bed. He put on his military uniform and everyone looked at him. Long Houchin gestured for everyone to calm down, and walked over to open the door. A soldier in full chainmail armor stood at the door. He looked to be in his 20s and had a serious expression on his face. "Hello, I am Long Houchin." Looking at the young man in front of him, the soldier was slightly stunned. Especially Long Houchin's handsome appearance was very stunning. He saluted to Long Houchin. "Please follow me. The military orders you to report immediately." "Okay." Although Long Houchin didn't know what was going on, he returned the salute. "I'll go with you." Kai had unknowingly come to Long Houchin's side. Long Houchin smiled. "It's fine. Go get some rest. I'll be back in a while." With that, he turned and walked out with the soldier. Kai stood there with her brows slightly furrowed. Only when Long Houchin's footsteps could no longer be heard did she close the door. Sima Xian sat on his bunk and muttered, "It's so late and the military still called for people. How inhumane." Lin Xian smiled. "Maybe it's to commend us for today's performance." With the soldier leading the way, Long Houchin once again ascended the city wall. A thick, murderous aura mixed with the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Clearly, the battle on the city wall had become more intense during the time they retreated. The soldier didn't lead him to the front line of the city wall. After reaching the city wall, they went through a 3-meter-tall door and went up the stairs. They went up to the second floor of the city wall. Before reaching the top of the city wall, Long Houchin could clearly feel the huge magical elements moving in a crazy rhythm. These magical elements had all kinds of attributes, but all of them were berserk existences. Stepping into the city wall, Long Houchin suddenly saw a shocking scene. The first thing he saw were thousands of magicians. One after another, magic was constantly released from the forefront, and the magicians in the rear followed. 10 groups of magicians continuously released magic in a cycle. There were also a large number of priests and guardian knight in front of them. Looking into the distance, he could see a huge layer of glittering golden light covering the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass city wall. There were already no enemies able to climb the city wall, but the demon army outside was sweeping in like they were hiding the sky and covering the earth. Even the sky was filled with a dense mass of enemies. Violent rumbling sounds resounded unceasingly. Huge balls of golden light crazily shot out from below the city wall, continuously blowing up huge holes in the demon army. It was too shocking. For a moment, Long Houchin was speechless. Whether it was a demon or a human, in this kind of battlefield they were insignificant. The soldier brought Long Houchin to the center of the city wall. With a glance, Long Houchin saw Shang Lingxin standing there, calmly issuing orders. Shang Lingxin's expression was solemn. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Even if he was more than 10 meters away from him, Long Houchin could still feel his monstrous killing intent. At his side, there were at least dozens of commanders, each of them emitting a strong aura. It was far from what the 5th step first level Long Houchin could compare with. Reporting, Long Houchin has arrived. The soldier who led Long Houchin here was practically shouting these simple words. The rumbling sounds here were really too loud. If he didn't do this, even he would have a hard time hearing his own voice. The corner of Shang Lingxin's eyes slightly slanted, glanced at Long Houchin and pointed to his side. But he didn't stop issuing orders at all. Long Houchin walked to his side and stood still. He saluted Shang Lingxin. Shang Lingxin didn't even look at him and continued to command the defense of the city wall. Let the knights of the sky retreat and reorganize. Summoners collectively summon flying demonic beasts to hold them off for a while. Reporting, Chief, the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment is ready. Reporting, the Thorn of Darkness is ready. Shang Lingxin's eyes lit up, and he said to a commander beside him in a deep voice, "Replace my position to cover. These demons, if we don't give them a heavy blow, they won't stop." "Chief, you want to go personally?" That commander looked at Shang Lingxin in surprise. Shang Lingxin nodded and said, As the commander, if I can't take the lead, how can I stimulate the morale of the army? Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Lan Yanyu, Shang Lingxin shouted. Your subordinate is here. Lan Yanyu, who was wearing a blue magic robe, walked over with large strides. Seeing her, Long Haochen couldn't help but be shocked. This was Kai, Er's mother. However, when Lan Yanyu saw the scene of him and Kai on the bed, Long Haochen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and slightly bowed to her. Lan Yanyu didn't even look at Long Haochen and only looked at Shang Lingxin with some worry. Shang Lingxin said in a deep voice, Later, I will lead the Radiant Angel and the Thorn of Darkness to attack. After we rush out, the magicians will no longer conserve their magic power, cover our two sides, and cover the sky with the magic cannons. At the same time, send someone to ask Brother Gao and the others to be ready to support us at any time. Yes. Lan Yanyu paused the magic staff in her hand, slightly bowed, and did a magician's salute. Shang Lingxin turned around and looked at Long Haochen. Follow me. His voice was cold, but it was especially clear. It sounded as if he had suddenly swallowed a piece of ice in the summer. Although it was a little cold, it could stimulate his fighting spirit and also make his mind especially clear. After saying the sentence, Shang Lingxin turned around and walked away with large strides. Unexpectedly, there weren't any soldiers following him. Although Long Haochen didn't know why Shang Lingxin suddenly called him over, Shang Lingxin was the highest military commander of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. How could Long Haochen defy the order he issued? He hastily followed with large strides. Previously, Long Haochen had climbed up the Exorcist Mountain Pass from the side of the city wall. But this time, Shang Lingxin brought him down towards the center of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. After going down, there was a large open area, which was specially used to gather the army. It was already late at night, and there was no moon tonight. Only the occasional magic radiance in the sky would bring some light to the city. With the help of that light, Long Haochen could vaguely see that there seemed to be a large area of shining metallic luster on the open area below. Shang Lingxin's movements didn't seem fast, but Long Haochen needed to run to keep up with him. He noticed that every step Shang Lingxin took was very far, and his whole body seemed to be sliding along the ground. After going down the city gate tower, Long Haochen condensed spiritual power in his eyes and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, his eyes felt somewhat cold, and his line of sight also became especially clear. Only then did he clearly see what the metallic luster that was reflected by the magic radiance was. One after another, majestic and tall horses were draped in heavy black armor, and the armor seemed to completely cover their bodies. These large horses were really too strong. They were nearly 3 meters tall and more than 15 meters long. This was the first time Long Haochen saw such majestic war horses, and the knight riding on the horse was similarly robust. At a glance, each of them was at least 2 meters tall, and similarly wore black heavy armor. The leg armor seemed to be connected to the armor on the body of the large horses, and the man and the horse seemed to be one. The most peculiar thing was that on the back of these tall knight there were 2 huge wings erected in the sky, and the length of each wing was about 3 meters. It seemed to be completely cast from metal, and the armor that was connected to the back of the knight was erected in the sky, like 2 heavy swords pointing to the sky. Each knight had a heavy sword that was nearly 3 meters long, and the length of the sword's hilt occupied 1/3 of the entire sword. The width of the blade was 1 foot, and it extended forward, and on each side there were 3 spindle-shaped blood grooves. The smooth edge of the blade faintly emitted a red light. At this moment, there was a large number of infantrymen carrying ladders to withdraw from the side of the large horses. It was clear that equipping such a knight required the cooperation of many logistics personnel. The night was very dark, and Long Haochen couldn't clearly see the number of knight, but he could vaguely see that on the large horses, besides the strong knight, there seemed to be another person sitting behind him. But compared to the knight, His stature was much smaller, and he was almost completely covered by the knight's majestic body. Shan Lingxin brought Long Haochen to the forefront of the troops and raised his right hand. Suddenly, a golden light soared into the sky, bringing light to the darkness. Immediately, the originally slightly noisy cavalry quickly quieted down, and the large horses neatly lined up. Because they were standing on the ground, Long Haochen still couldn't clearly see the total number of people. Warriors of the Brilliant Angels and Night Thorn, the savage demon bastards are attacking our exorcist mountain pass. For thousands of years, we have never let our homeland fall into the hands of the enemy. This marshal will be your vanguard and kill a bloody path straight to the enemy's head. Boom, boom, boom. 3 metal sounds rang out at the same time. No knight spoke, and they all used the heavy swords in their hands to hit the solid and thick breastplates. Chapter 56. Shan Lingxin turned around, facing Long Haochen for the first time. The warriors of the Brilliant Angel are all rank 5 Earth Knight. I know you are also at the rank 5. Do you dare to charge at the front with this commander and kill the enemy and exterminate the devil? Long Haochen stamped his right foot on the ground and saluted Shan Lingxin. I will solemnly obey the military order. While speaking, he quickly took out his holy spirit set from the forget-me-not ring and wore it. The forget-me-not ring glittered with blue light, especially the faint golden pattern of the forget-me-not, which was moving rhythmically in this dark night. When Shan Lingxin saw this scene, his pupils clearly shrank. Looking at Long Haochen, apart from his ice-cold gaze, there was also a bit of strangeness. The armor once again appeared on his body, and there was even some residual warmth left from the previous battle. Long Haochen attentively looked inside. At least with the previous buffer, his internal spiritual energy had recovered quite a bit. Regarding Shan Lingxin's order, Long Haochen was actually very puzzled. He really didn't understand why the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief would look for him. There was simply no reason. If the Brilliant Knight was said to be the vanguard of the charge, then among the new monster hunters, Duan Yi with his golden horned mammoth was the most suitable. His golden horned mammoth, whether it was offense or defense, was the most suitable for a charge. Moreover, this was the Exorcist Mountain Pass. As the military chief, it wouldn't be difficult for Shan Lingxin to find a more powerful knight. Yet he chose him, a puny rank 5 Earth Knight. What was he trying to do? No matter what he thought, Long Haochen couldn't disobey a military order. Are you afraid? Shan Lingxin's somewhat cold voice sounded in Long Haochen's ears. Long Haochen shook his head, reporting to Chief, I'm not afraid. Shan Lingxin's complexion turned cold. Since you're not afraid, then why haven't you summoned your mount? Can you bear the responsibility of delaying the battle? Yes. There was a flash of purple light, and the purple veins on Long Haochen's forehead flickered. In the next moment, Hao Yue appeared in front of him. Shan Lingxin's gaze paused on Hao Yue's body for a moment. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. Even with his vast knowledge, this was the first time he had seen such a magical beast. Long Haochen leaped up and landed on Hao Yue's back. At the same time, he looked at Shan Lingxin. The tip of Shan Lingxin's feet touched the ground, and his whole body floated down behind Long Haochen like a ghost. In that instant, his whole body seemed to have shrunk a little and even disappeared from Long Haochen's perception. What a powerful assassin! Long Haochen was secretly shocked. Was this the strength of a Tier 7 assassin? He had always been very confident in his perception, but in the face of a Tier 7 assassin, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Shan Lingxin's ice-cold but battle-ready voice resounded in the next moment. Open the gate, charge! A rumbling sound came from the front, and the thick and broad, but terrifying gate that was like a dam slowly opened. A strong smell of blood assaulted their senses. Behind Long Haochen, accompanied by a series of sonorous sounds, a biting, cold, killing intent brazenly rushed out like a huge sword. At this time, Long Houchin basically had no other choice, and Hayue under his crotch displayed an unprecedented elegance. Behind him were 3,000 brilliant Angel Knight Corps, a powerful Earth Knight, and a bloody killing intent that had been honed through countless battles. But Hayue seemed to be completely unaware of it. Its 4-meter-long body straightened, and its 3 big heads stood upright. As if it was stimulated by the smell of blood outside, a layer of faint purple color rippled out from its body. A bizarre aura spread out from its body, making those brilliant Angel Knight Corps behind it, who were much taller than it, unexpectedly not a single one of them dared to move forward. The next moment, Hayue's 4 thick and powerful limbs suddenly stamped on the ground, and just like that, it brought Long Houchin and Shang Lingxin out of the city like an arrow. There seemed to be an intense, burning sensation in his body, and Long Houchin felt as if his blood was ignited. This was not only because of the feeling brought by facing such a vast battlefield, but also because of the crazy fighting intent transmitted by Hayue. Facing the bloody scene outside, facing the hundreds of thousands of demon army, Hayue seemed to have undergone some change. A layer of faint purple light rippled out from its 3 heads and 6 eyes, and an unprecedented fierce, killing intent ignited its body and also ignited Long Houchin's fighting intent. At this moment, without any teammates, the instant they rushed out of the Exorcist mountain pass, Long Houchin understood that what he had to do now was to fight for himself, and coming back alive was his only goal. Rushing out of the city gate, in front of them was the huge light screen they saw on the city gate tower. It was unknown how this powerful defense was formed, but it protected the entire Exorcist mountain pass, making the demons unable to directly attack the top of the city wall. But from the fact that they needed their infantry battalion to guard the top of the city wall, it was clear that the price to pay for this light screen wasn't small. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it wouldn't be easily released. And a large number of the demons' attacks were now falling on this light screen. The instant Long Houchin and the others rushed out of the Exorcist mountain pass, an incomparably gorgeous scene suddenly appeared on the Exorcist mountain pass. All of a sudden, the dormant magic attacks erupted in full force. Close to 1,000 beams of magic light flew out from the city tower, and the violent booms of magic cannons rang out as a large number of devilish beings outside the light barrier were blasted into pieces. As far as the eye could see, it was already a reign of terror outside, and at this time, Hayue had already rushed out of the light screen. A dense fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, and Long Houchin could even see countless severed limbs falling from the sky. Withdrawing the Holy Spirit shield in his left hand, a golden blue radiance replaced it. The 2 swords in Long Houchin's hands immediately moved. Although it wasn't completely blocked by the light screen, the speed at which the 2 swords in his hands moved was extremely fast. He clearly didn't look at the sky, but every time he moved, he would be able to pick off the severed limbs falling from the sky. Not a single one of them could land on his body. At this time, Shang Lingxin was actually half-squatting behind Hayue. Everything that Long Houchin did was naturally seen by his eyes, and he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. He could naturally see that Long Houchin didn't use any spiritual energy, but every sword move was extremely accurate. There wasn't the slightest bit of waste, nor did he miss out on any remnants. His swordplay was meticulous and orderly, and he clearly had the demeanor of a great master. What made him even more curious was that this young man was clearly the guardian knight of the team on top of the city wall, the mainstay. But at this time, with 2 swords in his hands, he looked like the disciplinary knight again. How did he do this trick? There was only one reason why Shang Lingxin ordered people to call out Long Houchin, who had just finished the city defense mission because he was Lan Yenyu's husband and Kai, Er's father. As a father, when he learned that his 14-year-old daughter was in the same bed with a young man of the same age, the only thought in Shang Lingxin's mind was to slap this bastard to death. When the battle on top of the city wall ended, After they returned to the barracks, there was no doubt that they would still lie together. How could Shang Lingxin accept this? So he nervously commanded his subordinates to call out this kid. However, although he was extremely angry, at this time he was facing the demon army after all. He had no time to interrogate or deal with Long Haochen. What's more, Long Haochen was the new leader of the monster hunters. Even with Shang Lingxin's authority, he didn't dare to touch him easily. Apart from being angry, Shang Lingxin was also a little curious. Since his daughter became the successor of reincarnation, she had been cold to everyone. How could she suddenly be so nice to a young man? And to such an extent, therefore, Shang Lingxin wanted to see what was so good about this young man named Long Haochen through the stimulation of the battle outside the city. If this kid was a coward and became a pile of garbage on the battlefield, Shang Lingxin didn't mind leaving him in this bloody place. However, at this time, looking at Long Haochen as the disciplinary knight, the anger in Shang Lingxin's heart was gradually replaced by curiosity. More importantly, in the face of such a terrible battlefield outside, this young man who led him to the front could still remain calm. He didn't feel any violent, emotional fluctuations from him at all. This was not something that an ordinary young man could do. To be able to become the new leader of the monster hunters, this young man, who didn't look much older than his daughter, seemed to have some ability. The demon army was clearly a little stunned by this sudden and powerful attack. And also at this time, with Long Haochen as the spearhead, the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment had already rushed out. The moment they rushed out of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, their originally pitch-black armor all flashed with a dazzling gold. The 3,000 brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was like a huge golden sword that suddenly shot out of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, heading straight for the demon army. The charging speed of those large horses was extremely fast as lightning. The golden steel flood rushed out with crushing power. Compared to those large horses, Haoyue's stature was a lot smaller. Its height wasn't even half of those large horses. Therefore, even though Long Haochen was riding Haoyue at the front, he didn't look very conspicuous. A faint cyan light lingered on Long Haochen and Haoyue's body. It was little Qing's levitation technique. With its weight reduced, Haoyue's speed increased even more. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to those healthy horses behind it. They rushed out no less than 300 meters before they truly encountered the enemy. It could be seen how powerful the previous attack on the city wall was. The Exorcist Mountain Pass attack didn't stop. The rumbling of the magic cannons and the casting of the magicians with all their strength became the best cover for Long Haochen and the others. The magicians' attack was mainly concentrated on the two sides. The magic cannons could reach far and the targets were in the air. Like this, Long Haochen and the others only needed to face the enemy head-on. The first to face them were the dozens of dual-bladed demons that had survived the fierce bombardment just now. There was no need for Long Haochen to make a move. Xiaohua spat out flames from his mouth. Fireballs like cannonballs blew up the dual-bladed demons. Long Haochen raised the Holy Spirit, sword high. Faith Aura, Blessing of Protection, and True Shot Aura were released at the same time. The range wasn't large, but it was enough to completely envelop Haoyue and the Holy Spirit heart behind him. Ordinarily, Long Haochen was a kind and gentle youngster, but perhaps because Long Xingwu had just started teaching him, he had sunk him into the owl ant's burrow to undergo cruel training. Therefore, once he entered battle mode, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Calm, steady, and even somewhat cruel. Holding two swords in his hands, his body emitted an intense battle intent. It was also at this time that the demon army had already rolled up and rushed straight towards the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. Hundreds of purplish-black light balls shot over, covering a large area of space. It was the magic light bullets of the Magic Eye Warlocks. Because the Magic Eye Warlocks were different in strength, the size of the magic light bullets were also different. At least 3 of them flew in Long Haochen's direction. There was no need for Long Haochen to do anything. Light's eyes lit up. The incantation was already completed. A glittering light elemental shield was already in front of him. A violent explosion erupted. The purplish-black light scattered in all directions. Under the protection of the light elemental shield, Haiyue's speed didn't decrease. Instead, it increased, brazenly rushing out. Fireballs were constantly spat out from Xiaohue's mouth. Light was in charge of defense. Shaoqing was in charge of controlling speed and body coordination. The three heads had a clear division of labor. Moreover, they hadn't launched an all-out attack all along. In the face of such a huge demon army, Long Haochen had to ensure that Haiyue had enough physical strength to carry him back alive. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from ahead. Immediately after, a huge body collided in Long Haochen's direction. Dual-bladed demon? Seeing it, Long Haochen couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Yes, it was a dual-bladed demon. But it wasn't an ordinary dual-bladed demon. It wasn't even a dark green dual-bladed demon. The moment it appeared, the surrounding demon race army seemed to disperse on their own, making some space for it. This dual-bladed demon was more than 5 meters long and 3.5 meters tall. Its pair of huge forelimbs were at least 2.5 meters long. Compared to it, the dark green dual-bladed demon was simply like a child. On its carapace-shaped forehead were 3 bright golden patterns. Its whole body was emitting a dark golden metallic luster. Vaguely, a strange dark green radiance could be seen flickering under its body. Overlord. This was the overlord of the dual-bladed demons. Among the demons, every tribe had an overlord. Among them, the most powerful overlord was the tribe's patriarch. Although the dual-bladed demons were similar to cannon fodder among the demons and had the largest number of troops, this gold dual-bladed demon overlord was clearly an incomparably terrifying fellow. The dark green dual-bladed demons were at the 5th step. What level would this gold dual-bladed demon overlord be? At the very least, it should be equivalent to a human 6th step powerhouse, right? Don't stop, charge. Shan Lingxin's voice came from behind. That's right, he couldn't stop. Behind him were thousands of brilliant Angel Knight charging. If he stopped for even a moment, perhaps his allies behind him would collide with him. Abruptly taking a deep breath, Long Haochen's figure flashed. He was already standing on Haiyue's back. Haiyue's back suddenly arched, propelling his body into the air and straight towards the gold, dual-bladed demon overlord. An intense golden light blossomed in an explosive manner. Long Haochen's entire body violently spiraled in the air. His left hand brazenly slashed forward with blue rain and hibiscus of light, colliding with the gold, dual-bladed demon overlord's chopping forelimbs. With a soft puff, Long Haochen's entire body spun even faster. One could clearly see a large amount of light mist spurting out from his body. His entire body was like a meat grinder as he forcefully collided with the gold, dual-bladed demon overlord. Battle, killing, revolving sword. Shan Lingxin's surprised voice came from behind. Chapter 57. Facing the tyrannical dual-blade demon, Long Haochen used one of his strongest offensive skills, combat killing revolving sword. After his cultivation rose to the 5th order, Long Haochen's understanding of combat killing revolving sword had also undergone a qualitative change. Especially after learning how to block consecutively, he had a deeper understanding of leveraging the opponent's force to counterattack. At this moment, his entire body was like a resplendent golden whirlpool. Borrowing the power of the dual-blade demon's attack, his body spun so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. That large expanse of golden fog was emitted because the speed at which blue rain and hibiscus of light were used was too fast. The ear-piercing sound of friction rang out continuously. Although the dual-blade demon lord was extremely powerful, its body could not compare to the 2 swords in Long Haochen's hands. Its 2 thick forelimbs constantly waved to block, but Long Haochen's swords had already left many marks. Seeing this scene, Shang Lingxin was somewhat sluggish. Combat killing revolving sword. It was actually combat killing revolving sword. Perhaps the majority of people did not recognize this skill. But how could he not recognize it? His memory seemed to have returned to 20 years ago. Brother Long, you're amazing. What's the name of this skill just now? How come I've never seen it before? You little follower, quickly go back and train hard, or else your grandfather will spank your butt. Brother Long, you still haven't told me what this skill is called. Can you teach me? All right, go back and train hard. When you break through to the 5th order, I'll teach you this skill. This is my self-created punishment night skill, called Combat Killing Revolving Sword. Leveraging Force. A secret skill that allows the weak to defeat the strong. Although you're an assassin, you're also a two-handed weapon. You can barely learn it. Wow, that's great. I'll definitely break through to the 5th order this year. As long as you're willing to work hard, it'll save your grandfather from always being disappointed. But you must remember, combat killing revolving sword is a skill suitable for you assassins. It's best to be used as a final attack. There must be a good connection in the beginning. If used directly, your assassin's defense is weaker, and your weapon isn't as long as our knight, it's easy to reveal flaws. The words were still ringing in his ears, as if they had happened yesterday. However, that tall, majestic figure had not been seen for many years. Shang Lingxin suddenly felt that his eyes were a little sore. The golden light in front of him seemed to have become even more dazzling. Brother Long, are you all right? I haven't seen you for so many years. Where have you been? Battle-killing revolving sword. This Long Haochen actually knew how to use the battle-killing revolving sword. Wait, his surname is Long. Could he be thinking of this? Shang Lingxin felt goosebumps all over his body in an instant. His entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. If he was really Brother Long's child, how could I let him fall into such a dangerous situation? That's right. While Shang Lingxin was distracted, Long Haochen was already in extreme danger. The dual-blade demon lord was much stronger than he had imagined. The battle-killing revolving sword's super-fast attack speed and the method of borrowing force to fight force certainly allowed Long Haochen's strength to exceed his standard. However, the dual-blade demon lord he was facing wasn't a rank 6 demons. It was a powerful existence at the peak of the rank 6, only a step away from entering the rank 7. The dual-blade demon lord was suddenly blocked by Long Haochen. The battle-killing revolving sword had indeed brought it a lot of trouble. However, after it stabilized a little, an incomparably terrifying strength erupted from its 2 forelimbs. That's right, Long Haochen's battle-killing revolving sword was good at borrowing force. However, when the force he wanted to borrow was too strong, how much could he borrow? The dual-blade demon lord's forelimbs suddenly lifted up at the same time. Amidst the violent collision sounds, the golden light that Long Haochen had transformed into was flung away. In midair, Long Haochen felt a sweetness in his throat. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That terrifyingly powerful strength seemed like it was going to completely shatter his body. The dual golden-striped saber demon's thick and powerful hind legs abruptly stomped on the ground, propelling its huge body to chase after Long Haochen. A pair of sharp, blade-like forelimbs were already raised. If it were to truly slash at Long Haochen with its full strength, even if he could somewhat block it, Long Haochen would probably suffer heavy injuries. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar rang out. It was Haoyue. Red, gold, green. 3 rays of light shot out at the same time. Those were 3 strong arrow-like rays of light. The 3 rays of light converged in the air and brazenly collided with the dual-blade demon lord's sturdy body. The dual-blade demon lord's body was so huge that it couldn't dodge in midair. The 3 rays of light that converged together faintly emitted a layer of faint purple. Amidst the violent explosion, the peak of the rank 6 dual-blade demon lord was directly blasted down from the sky. Large cracks appeared on the carapace in front of its chest. However, the light in Haoyue's 3 heads and 6 eyes dimmed a lot. It was also at this moment that Shang Lingxin was moved. After discovering that Long Haochen seemed to be related to the big brother Long in his heart, he no longer hesitated. The pitch-black shadow in the night sky was like a fantasy. There wasn't the slightest bit of metallic luster. That pitch-black halo seemed to have disappeared in a flash. That instant of decisiveness caused water droplets to turn into ice wherever the figure passed. That was a substantial killing intent that affected the temperature of the air. That was an extremely terrifying speed. How could the already damaged breastplate block such an incomparably sharp attack? In the next moment, a dark green liquid suddenly spurted out from the dual-blade demon lord's back. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. An assassin's single-target attack was always the strongest among the experts of the 6 Great Temple. Moreover, the dual-blade demon lord was distracted by Long Haochen and Haoyue. Shang Lingxin was a peak rank 7 expert. Dealing with such a dual-blade demon lord, he naturally killed it in one strike. Overlord stab. If Kai Er was here, she would definitely be able to sense what skill Shang Lingxin used. Overlord stab not only had a powerful attack power, it also had a powerful impact. The dual-blade demon lord's collapsed body directly flipped over, and at this moment, Long Haochen also just happened to fall from the sky. Haoyue leapt with all his might, catching him in midair. Long Haochen swallowed a medicinal pill that was previously stuck between his fingers without hesitation. It was precisely the Jasper body protection pill that Lin Xan called the Vigor Pill. A layer of sparkling and translucent jade green appeared on the surface of his skin. Long Haochen only felt his strength greatly increase. At the same time, Little Light released a holy light barrier that fell on his body, healing the internal organs that had just been injured. "How are you?" Shang Lingxin's voice sounded in Long Haochen's ears. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it all happened in an extremely short period of time. From the time Long Haochen used the battle-killing revolving sword to when he landed on Haoyue's back, only a few breaths had passed. At the same time that the dual-blade demon lord was killed, it didn't affect the brilliant Angel Knight regiment's charge in the slightest. At this moment, the 2 armies had already fiercely collided together. After the brilliant Angel Knight regiment had gone through a long-distance charge, the huge metal wings erected on their backs slowly unfolded on both sides of their bodies. With the help of these huge wings, they and their mounts' weight were substantially reduced, and the front end of these metal wings was as sharp as a blade. Under the effect of this kind of charge, a formidable might instantly erupted, unceasingly tearing apart the bodies of the demons. The heavy blade in his hand wildly chopped out with tyrannical spiritual energy. The impact instantly caused the demon army to collapse. Where the blade pointed, it was invincible. The brilliant Angel Knight regiment was the elite of the Exorcist Mountain Ranges elite. These 3,000 knight could be said to be the strongest knight team in the entire Exorcist mountain range. 3,000 knight of the 5th step. Even if the Knights Templars wanted to gather such a force, it wouldn't be easy. If it were any other temple, it would be impossible for them to obtain this kind of help from the Knights Templars, who asked the Assassin Temple to have the best relationship with the Knights Templars. Moreover, behind every brilliant Angel Knight, there was a hidden assassin from the Assassin Temple's Night Thorn. They were similarly of the 5th step. Not long ago, Gao Yingjie had told Long Haochen and Kair that the knight and assassin as one was vividly displayed by them. The charge of the brilliant Angel Knight regiment was already able to deal with all the demons of the 5th step and below. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, it would be impossible for them to escape the attacks of the Night Thorn's assassins. Once they encountered an opponent of the 5th step and above, they would immediately see at least 10 black shadows erupt at the same time. On the battlefield, a single person's strength was ultimately insignificant. Facing the full force attack of 10 fifth-step assassins, even a 7th-step powerhouse would find it hard to resist without powerful equipment. In this instant of collision, at least 10,000 demon army were forcibly scattered by the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. The number of killers was even more uncountable. "I'm fine." Hearing Shun Lingxin's concerned voice, Long Haochen subconsciously replied. Although he was an Earth Knight, Hao Yue was more proficient in magic. The Knight Regiment's charge and breaking through enemy lines wasn't something he was proficient in. But since he had already rushed out, he could only go all out. Fighting for survival. You only need to listen to my command and charge forward. Don't stop if you encounter an enemy. I will naturally take action. Shun Lingxin's slightly gloomy voice sounded. Yes. With Shun Lingxin's words, the pressure on Long Haochen was greatly reduced. Riding on Hao Yue, he swiftly charged forward. Demons continuously appeared in front of him, but as long as they were demons of the 4th step and above, an ice-cold chill would erupt from Long Haochen's body. Not a single demon could obstruct him in the slightest. As for those with low cultivation, they naturally became a part of his achievement points. At this moment, Long Haochen suddenly felt his vision becoming blurry. The demon army that was originally fiercely colliding with them seemed to have collapsed. Unexpectedly, an open space appeared in front of them. Careful! The Earth Dragon clan's invisible person. Xing Lingxin's voice suddenly became cold. Long Haochen's heart trembled. He slightly raised the 2 swords in his hands, and an intense golden flame suddenly rippled out from his body. In this dark night filled with blood, this golden flame was like a holy light that wanted to purify the darkness. While illuminating everything in an instant, it also carried a blazing aura. Even the smell of blood in the surroundings seemed to have been purified a lot. Flames of the Sanyang, Wan Zhao had used this skill before. After his cultivation broke through to the 5th step, Long Haochen had also learned this powerful Retribution Knight skill from the inheritance ring his father had given him. Flames of the Sun consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but it was a powerful skill that combined attack and defense. When Yang Wenjiao used this skill, he couldn't maintain it for too long, but in this aspect, Long Haochen had a lot more advantages than him. Relying on the Sun of Light's constitution, when using Flames of the Sun, his consumption was much lower. Moreover, he had Light's assistance and Lin Xian's medicine. Long Haochen had once faced the Earth Dragon clan's invisible person. At that time, it was just one invisible person, but it almost took Lin Jialu's life. And now the scene before him even made him feel dazed, and it was on the battlefield. The number of invisible person on the opposite side could be imagined. When the demon army saw that they couldn't resist head-on, they sent out a large number of invisible person, intending to weaken the strength of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment through assassination. This clearly wasn't the first time the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment appeared on the battlefield. In their previous encounters, the demons had accumulated some experience in dealing with them. After all, this was a knight and assassin combination, and at this time they had already rushed out of the Exorcist Pass to a certain distance. The priest's eye of truth couldn't shine here, and the formidable concealment ability of the Earth Dragon clan's invisible person would definitely give the knight and assassin a headache. The experts of the Thorn of Darkness could still rely on their speed and concealment ability to dodge, but the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was a clear target. Long Haochen slightly narrowed his eyes. His entire mental state had already risen to its peak. With a sudden thought, without hesitation, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light on his left hand released a lightning thrust to the left. Hibiscus of Light's special effect was immediately released, and thousands of rays of light enveloped a very large area. Ding, 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 ding. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and an illusory figure faintly appeared in Long Haochen's vision. In an instant, the sun's fire was mobilized, and the lightning thrust was followed by a light, severing sword. The attack power of an ordinary light severing sword wasn't strong, but the light severing sword with the sun's fire was even comparable to glorious sun slash. The dazzling golden flames turned into a huge blade in a flash. With a puff, a gray demon's was cut in half by Long Houchen. The cut was charred black, the result of light burning the darkness. However, this was only the beginning. At the same time that Long Houchen dealt with the Earth Dragon clan's invisible person, sharp auras simultaneously came from at least 3 directions. At this moment, the reaction speed that Long Houchen had honed from the owl ant burrow played a decisive role. Most of the Earth Dragon tribe's stealthy experts were Type 4 or above. The Holy Spirit sword in Long Houchen's hand instantly transformed into countless rays of light. One could clearly see white rays of light constantly blossoming in front of Long Houchen. Every time the white light flashed, there would be a ding. Because Long Houchen was at the forefront of the charge, the number of stealthy Earth Dragon tribe stealthy experts he was facing was naturally the highest. At least 7 or 8 invisible person were attacking him at the same time. However, when Long Houchen brandished his dual swords, he actually blocked all the attacks without revealing any openings. At the same time, the sun's fire burned the invisible person, leaving some marks on their bodies. The light attribute was the most effective against the darkness attribute demons, and the sun's fire on Long Houchen's body was extremely powerful. After a series of collisions, most of the weapons in the invisible person's hands were burned red. A ring of fiery red light instantly spread, pushing away the invisible person's attack power. This was Xiao Hua's ring of fire of resistance. Then Long Houchen's dual swords made a circle, the light-severing sword bursting forth. The light-severing sword imbued with the sun's fire was not something these invisible person could block. Instantly, a swath of them was cut down like wheat. Shang Lingxin had been paying attention to Long Houchen all this time, afraid that he would be ambushed by the invisible person. However, when he saw how well Long Houchen dealt with them, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What kind of perception was this? He could actually sense the position of the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person and respond so well. As for the sun's fire that Long Houchen used, he wasn't surprised at all. If Long Houchen was his big brother Long's child, what would the sun's fire amount to? This time, several thousand Earth Dragon tribes' invisible person rushed forward. From time to time, ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding could be heard from the charging Brilliant Night Regiment's knights' bodies. These invisible person were really annoying. They were like the assassins from the Assassin's Temple, specially looking for flaws to strike. Moreover, their speed was exceptionally fast. Even the armored knight's body wasn't flawless. Therefore, the entire Brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's charging speed immediately dropped somewhat. The knight cooperated with the knight thorn behind them and could only rely on perception and judgment to resist these invisible person. Shang Lingxin slightly wrinkled his brows and said in a low voice, "Something seems wrong. The demons didn't know when we would rush out, so how could they so quickly arrange the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person to intercept us? Could it be that they had planned this beforehand?" Thinking till here, Shang Lingxin only felt his heart slightly sink. A lump of bright golden light was suddenly thrown out from his hand, and he hurriedly shouted towards Long Houchen, "Take a detour to the left, return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass." As a commander, although he couldn't be sure whether his judgment was correct, the Brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was the Exorcist Mountain Pass elite among the elites. His goal this time was to strike as many holes as possible in the enemy's formation. While killing a large number of enemies, it would also intimidate the demons. At the same time, it would also give the Exorcist Mountain Pass magicians, priests, and soldiers some buffer time. But the situation before them clearly wasn't good. The Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person appeared too quickly. Not long after they rushed into the demon army. They didn't have much destructive power, but because of these invisible person, they were slowed down. The Brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's greatest advantage lay in speed and charging power. Once their speed decreased, their charging power would naturally decrease as well. The demons had at least hundreds of thousands of troops here. If they were surrounded and their speed couldn't increase, then even if their 3,000 people's individual fighting power was strong, with the Thorn of Darkness, they would still be left on the battlefield. Therefore, Shang Lingxin would rather be a bit more cautious than rashly continue charging forward. At this time, the sky was too dark. If the enemy had any arrangements, it would be very difficult to see them. Long Haochen simply wouldn't question Shang Lingxin's orders. Relying on his outstanding perception and sun's fire, it would be very difficult for the invisible person to injure him. Long Haochen followed his instructions and quickly rushed to the side. Because of the distinctive sun's fire, the brilliant Angel Knight regiment behind him could naturally easily find a target to follow. However, the number of invisible person dispatched by the demons clearly exceeded Shang Lingxin's expectations. Although the brilliant Angel Knight regiment followed Long Haochen and changed directions, under the situation of being attacked by a large number of invisible person, it was as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Their speed continuously decreased. At this moment, suddenly, accompanied by a low incantation, Little Light abruptly flung its head backward, and a ball of light emitting illusory brilliance shot backward. In the next moment, a faint white light spread in the air, at least covering an area of several hundred square meters. In the air, a white light condensed into an eye that shone brightly. Suddenly, a large number of gray figures appeared below. Eye of Truth? It was actually Eye of Truth. While Shang Lingxin was greatly shocked, he couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for the strange mount of Long Haochen. Long Haochen's 3 heads had been constantly casting magic, cooperating with Long Haochen with tacit understanding, as if they were one person. And now it actually released Eye of Truth, a skill that only priests could learn. How could it not be shocking? Most of the time, the more powerful the skill, the more useful it would be. Eye of Truth was only a Tier 3 spell. However, using it in such a situation was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. The strength of the Earth Tribe's invisible person was only around Grade 4, while the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's Knight Regiment was not only Grade 5 powerhouses, but also well-equipped, and they had the support of the Night Thorn's assassins. Once these invisible person revealed themselves, it would be a bloody massacre. In the next moment, all the invisible person of the Earth Tribe within several hundred square meters became dismembered corpses. At least 200 Radiant Angel Knights were freed because of this. Long Haochen, let your mount continue to release Eye of Truth, will reduce our speed. Shang Lingxin made a prompt decision. If they didn't deal with these invisible person, their speed of retreat would be too slow, and the demon army would already be rushing over here. Yes, Long Haochen responded. Hao Yue stopped moving, and one Eye of Truth after another continuously shot out from Light's mouth, illuminating the rear. A large number of invisible person were continuously turned into mud and blood under the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's iron hooves. The Knight Regiment's troops, who were originally puzzled by Long Haochen and Hao Yue's decision to charge at the forefront, were now filled with joy. This was the chief's secret weapon. They actually had a mount that could use Eye of Truth. This was simply too important to the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. This wasn't the first time they had suffered a loss against the invisible person of the Earth Tribe. Although Light could only use Eye of Truth on its own, its casting speed was extremely fast. However, its casting speed was extremely fast, and the range of this skill was already very large. Its existence was more than enough for the entire Knight Regiment. After dealing with the invisible person of the Earth Tribe, the demon army on the other side had already rushed over. Without the slightest hesitation, Shang Lingxin ordered Long Haochen to continue circling back. They only needed to rush back a short distance of a kilometer or so, and they would be able to enter the Exorcist Mountain Pass's protective range. Although this attack had failed, they had still gotten rid of a lot of demons, winning a certain amount of time for the Exorcist Mountain Pass. As long as the losses weren't too great, Shang Lingxin could accept it. Just as Long Haochen and Hao Yue finally turned around and put away the sun's fire. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. On the road they had to pass through, 3 huge light pillars suddenly soared into the sky. Each pillar of light had a diameter of over 30 meters. Under the pitch-black night sky, these 3 pillars of light that were hundreds of meters tall were simply too obvious. The 3 light pillars had different colors. The central one was a fiery red light pillar, and the 2 sides were respectively black and cyan. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge pillar within each of these 3 thick light pillars. The huge pillars were engraved with countless magnificent and strange patterns. At least, it was something Long Haochen had never seen before. The 3 huge light pillars emitted a strong, oppressive aura. Blocking the road they had to pass through, they were like an insurmountable moat in front of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. The situation Shang Lingxin didn't want to see the most had finally happened. It was very clear that the demons had already laid a trap and were waiting for the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment to come out. This trap didn't seem to be very clever and was just waiting for the rabbit. But all along, the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment had always been a huge threat to the demons. As the military chief of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, it was impossible for Shang Lingxin not to mobilize this force to join the battle. After all, the knight's battlefield was on the plains, and not defending the city. In the end, the enemy still succeeded in waiting for the rabbit. Shang Lingxin took a deep breath, and his whole person seemed to have entered a strange state. Long Haochen clearly felt that the military chief behind him seemed to have become ethereal, and was even more unfathomable than before. Long Haochen, you should know Long Xingwu. At this time, Shang Lingxin unexpectedly asked Long Haochen this question. Huh. Long Haochen was startled. Shang Lingxin faintly smiled and said, I really didn't expect that I would actually meet Brother Long's descendant. You don't need to deny it. Fighting revolving sword is a skill created by Brother Long himself. If he didn't impart it, who could learn it? In this world, there are only 3 people that know this skill. One is naturally Brother Long himself, and the other is you. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, and then slowly said with a voice brimming with emotion, and the last one is me. Long Haochen turned his head to look at Shang Lingxin, and suddenly discovered that the military chief's expression was very gentle, and the gaze that was looking at him didn't have the slightest bit of fierceness. Sir Chief, you... The smile on Shang Lingxin's face didn't diminish. I used to be Brother Long's follower, and was his most loyal supporter. He is my idol, and in my heart, Brother Long's position is even higher than my grandfather's. I really didn't expect to see Brother Long's fighting revolving sword on the battlefield today. How is he? Long Haochen lightly shook his head and said, I also haven't seen Father for a long time. Father? You really are his son. Haha, good, very good. It seems that Kai really has good eyesight. Shang Lingxin laughed heartily. Not far away, there were those 3 strange, huge light pillars, but at this time he could actually still laugh. Sir Chief, what's wrong? Long Haochen faintly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart, and it was becoming more and more intense. Shang Lingxin indifferently said, Nothing. I just remembered some things in the past. These demon bastards think that they can destroy my brilliant Angel Knight Regiment like this? What a joke. Later, don't attack. Just ride your mount to the left. I will deal with the enemy. Yes. Sir Chief, what are those 3 light pillars? While receiving Shang Lingxin's order, Long Haochen still couldn't help but ask curiously. Shang Lingxin didn't answer the question and said, This is your first time on the battlefield, right? Long Haochen subconsciously nodded. Shang Lingxin slightly smiled, and his handsome face revealed a touch of surprise. Your luck is really not bad. You can face the top existence of the demons in your first time on the battlefield. Have you heard of the 72 demon god pillars? That's 3 of them. Long Houchin turned to look at him dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask this military chief, who was at the peak of the Tier 7, but had yet to reach the Tier 8, why was he still able to laugh at this moment? According to Long Houchin's knowledge, among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, even the weakest existence was at the peak of the Tier 8 powerhouse. At this time, Shang Lingxin raised his hand again, and a ball of light shot into the sky. The halo of light spread out and formed a dazzling big flower in the sky. Long Houchin could now see that in the dark, this was Shang Lingxin's method of giving orders to the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. As expected, along with the halo of light spreading out, the speed of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment following behind them suddenly decreased, and they quickly rearranged their formation. In an extremely short period of time, they changed from the previous assault cone formation to a defensive circular formation. All the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment uniformly moved outwards and no longer moved as a whole, shrinking the formation into a complete defensive stance. Long Houchin had yet to wake up from the shock of Shang Lingxin's words about the 72 demon god pillars. When he was very young, he had already heard of the existence of the 72 demon god pillars. More than 6,000 years ago, it was precisely because of the descent of the 72 demon god pillars that the mainland fell from the glorious era into the dark era. Looking at the 3 huge light pillars that seemed to connect the sky and the earth, unconsciously he only felt how insignificant he was. "Stop!" Shang Lingxin ordered. Long Houchin hurriedly stopped Hao Yue's footsteps. At this time, the 3 huge light pillars began to move. They seemed slow, but in reality they were rapidly moving towards this side. In a flash, Shang Lingxin had already landed in front of them. He turned his head to look at Long Houchin, and the smile on his face seemed to have become a lot warmer. "Remember my words. Go back from the left side. Your strength still won't attract their attention. In the future, treat Kai well. You are Big Brother Long's son, so I can be at ease. I only have this one daughter." "He is Kai-Er's father?" In that instant, Long Houchin finally understood why he followed Shang Lingxin to appear on the battlefield. So he is actually Kai-Er's father, and also the husband of mage leader Lan Yinyu. No wonder his attitude towards him was so cold before, but now, because of his father, he acknowledged him. Shang Lingxin only gave a simple instruction before he slowly walked forward to meet the 3 huge light pillars. A layer of faint gray air started to condense on his body, and his entire body became transparent like a gray crystal. A pair of gray wings, which were much smaller than the Radiance Knight's, slowly spread out from his back. Then they retracted and stuck close to his back. In each of his hands, a ray of gray light extended out, and it looked like 2 gray short swords. The scene before Long Houchin's eyes was too shocking. Under the pitch-black night sky, Shang Lingxin walked alone, facing the demon's peak power that was coming from afar. The 3 huge light pillars were getting closer and closer, and compared to the radiance they emitted, Shang Lingxin seemed so insignificant. However, his shoulders, which didn't seem too broad, seemed to be able to withstand everything and support the sky. Long Houchin didn't ride on Hao Yue. He immediately circled around from the left and stared blankly at Shang Lingxin, who was walking forward step by step in this place that reeked of blood. He felt as though something was choking in his chest. He took a deep breath. There was no doubt that the air on this battlefield that reeked of blood was turbid. However, after taking a deep breath, Long Houchin closed his eyes. His heart was burning, his blood was burning, his spiritual power was burning, and his boundless fighting spirit was also burning. Can I really go back like this? Am I going back in front of the Radiant Angel Knight group and the Thorn of Darkness? What about the Knight's glory? If I do that, am I still fit to be a knight? How am I going to explain this to Kai-Er? Am I going to abandon her father and escape alone? Slowly raising his head, Long Haochen's eyes were brimming with pride. I am the owner of the throne of God of doomsday and slaughter, the knight of the seal Long Xingwu's son. Even if I die on the battlefield, how can I be a deserter? When he opened his eyes again, Long Haochen's gaze was brimming with determination. Hao Yue's 3 heads turned around to look at him and lightly nodded. Long Haochen and Hao Yue's minds were linked, so he could naturally feel Hao Yue's thoughts. There was a blood contract between them. If Long Haochen died, Hao Yue wouldn't be able to live alone. Therefore, he didn't let Hao Yue leave. Since that was the case, then they would live and die together. Taking a deep look at the distant Exorcist mountain pass, Long Haochen's face revealed a trace of gentleness. Kai, if I can return alive, I want to kiss your face. Hao Yue, let's go. Long Haochen shouted loudly. There were already a few more medicinal pills in his hand. First, he swallowed a spiritual recovery pill, and with all his strength, he urged the saint's spiritual furnace within his body to revolve, recovering the previously consumed spiritual power as much as possible. Hao Yue's 4 hooves flew, and very quickly caught up to Shang Lingxin's side. Shang Lingxin suddenly turned his head and angrily shouted, "Why haven't you left yet?" Long Haochen's gaze was firm and persistent as he stared at him. "I am a knight. If I abandon you and leave, what qualifications do I have to be together with Kai? I am Long Xingwu's son. There is only a Long Haochen who dies on the battlefield. There is no Long Haochen who abandons his companions and escapes alone." Shang Lingxin stared blankly. Looking at Long Haochen's gaze, he seemed to see the unparalleled judgment and judgment knight of the seal who galloped on the battlefield in the past. Long Haochen's gaze had already told him a lot of things. He absolutely wouldn't cower in the face of a strong enemy. At this moment, Shang Lingxin's heart suddenly produced a deep regret. Why did he let Long Haochen go out and take risks? Chapter 58. While Long Haochen and Shang Lingxin were talking, the 3 glaring beams of light had already arrived in front of them. They could clearly see that there were hundreds of demons under each of the 3 beams of light. Although there were only 300 of them, the oppressive aura released by these 300 demons was no less than that of the demon army on the other side. As they got closer, Long Haochen could also see the 3 demon god pillars clearly. In the middle, below the demon god pillar that shone with a fiery red glow, there was a dazzling golden light. However, it was not the golden light of the light attribute. Instead, it was filled with a strong aura of darkness and fire. In this light, a huge warhorse about 6 meters tall and 3 meters long stood proudly. On the back of the warhorse was a demon god that was more than 10 meters tall. His golden armor accentuated his magnificent body. His head was like that of a lion, but his body was like that of a human. The exposed skin of his face and hands were red. Long Xingwu had once described the characteristics of the 72 demon god pillars to Long Haochen in detail and requested that Long Haochen memorize them all. Seeing the huge figure, Long Haochen immediately made a judgment. This was the 52nd demon god pillar of the 72 demon god pillars. His name was in Luoxian. He was also known as the Flaming Lion Demon. He specialized in the power of fire and darkness. Almost all the demon gods were MCMAU powerhouses. Although he was only ranked 52nd, he was a genuine 9th stage powerhouse. On the left side of the Flaming Lion Demon and Luoxian, under the black beam of light, was a demon god with a majestic figure. This fellow was also human, but he had a bull's head and a pair of wings with black feathers on his back. His entire body was emitting a blue glow. His upper body was bare, and his muscles could only be described as terrifying and twisted like a python. He was actually more than 5 meters tall. This was the winged bull mad devil Saigong, ranked 61st among the 72 demon god pillars. On the other side, the one whose body was shining with a green glow was the most human-like. He was riding a green winged horse and was a handsome man who was more than 2 meters tall. However, Both he and his horse had a pair of bewitching red eyes. Set off by the green glow around them, they looked even more eerie. This was the 70th demon god pillar, green demon riding devil. The last 12 demon gods were all at the peak of the Type 8 realm, while the 60 demon gods before them were all at the Type 9 realm. The 3 before them were green demon riding devil. Although they were green demon gods, Longhauchen and Shunlingxin, Longhauchen and Shunlingxin demon. In front of these 3 demon gods, there were hundreds of demon race experts. With their status in the demon race, it was not enough for them to have their own tribes. These were their personal guards. Longhauchen Long of green demon riding demons. The green Lingxin devil king, Hadav, was the weakest. Demon Longchen, and his Lingxin demon devil. Were green devil of 100. Were demon, were of green. As for the flaming devil lion and Luoxian's personal guards, they were 100 3-meter-tall flaming devil mantises. Each of them had a cultivation of the 6th order. The presence of the 3 demon gods and the 300 personal guards was like a natural moat that blocked the path of retreat of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. It was not an easy task to force his way through. Shang Lingxin's voice resounded in Longhauchen's ears. "We can't fight recklessly. The most important thing is to stall for time." The Exorcist Mountain Pass must have seen the appearance of these 3 devil children. 10 minutes. We need at most 10 minutes before reinforcements arrive. Hearing his words, Longhauchen knew that Shang Lingxin had already accepted the fact that he was staying. The 3 great demon gods clearly didn't expect that Shang Lingxin wouldn't let the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment launch an assault upon seeing them, and seize the lifeline to return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Instead, the 3 great demon gods formed a tight formation and defended to the death. Therefore, their overall reaction speed was slower. Just like how Shang Lingxin did not expect the 3 demon gods to specially arrange a battle strategy for the brilliant Angel Knight Corps, the 3 demon gods did not expect Shang Lingxin to be so decisive. After pondering for a bit, they understood that Shang Lingxin was waiting for reinforcements from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Therefore, the 3 didn't hesitate to give the order to attack. As long as the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment and the Thorn of Darkness were defeated, it would be a heavy blow to the Temple League. Only then did they immediately command the personal guards to rush forward. Regarding Shang Lingxin and Longhauchen, the 3 demon gods completely disregarded them. How could these 2 individuals enter their eyes? Moreover, they didn't expect that Shang Lingxin, the military chief of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, would personally lead the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment to battle. Seeing that the enemy was less than 100 meters away, Shang Lingxin suddenly turned his head towards Longhauchen and said with a smile, "Do you know why the demons are unable to truly destroy us humans despite having the 72 demon god pillars? You should know that we humans have less than 29th step powerhouses of the human race." Longhauchen blankly shook his head. Shang Lingxin said, "That's because we humans have the foundation left over from the glorious era, as well as the equipment that the demons don't have. You stay here and don't move. They clearly overlooked our existence, so I'll make them face it. Get ready to run. Once I return, immediately lead me to the left side. Today, let's see how much time we can buy for the Knight Regiment. Wait a moment, this is for you. It can allow your body's potential to erupt for a short period of time, but after using it, you will be weak for a period of time." While speaking, Longhauchen gave Shang Lingxin 2 medicinal pills from between his fingers. They were precisely the Jasper Body Protection Pill and the Spiritual Explosion Pill. As for the Spiritual Recovery Pill, it was clearly useless to Shang Lingxin, who had a spiritual power base of nearly 30,000. Shang Lingxin took the medicinal pills and directly threw them into his mouth. He looked at him with some astonishment. "I didn't expect you to be so rich. Get ready to run with all your strength. Use whatever trump cards you have." As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Lingxin lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his whole body floated up. This time, Long Haochen didn't follow. He had the courage to fight to the death. But he definitely wouldn't be reckless. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, he would strive hard to fight for it. None of the enemies in front of him were weaker than him, and they even had the tyrannical existences of the 3 great demon gods. Executing Shan Lingxin's tactics was clearly the most important. Vaguely, he also already understood what Shan Lingxin wanted to do. The moment Shan Lingxin shot out, his body became blurry. Even with Long Haochen's perception, he was still unable to capture his position. The 300 personal guards of the 3 great demon gods were charging at the forefront of the dark green dual blade demons. At this moment, the one at the forefront was only less than 50 meters away from Long Haochen. Hao Yue's neck straightened, and his 3 big heads stared ahead. Because Long Haochen was sitting on his back, he couldn't see his eyes. Xiao Hua, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Qing, 3 heads and 6 eyes, but their eyes were exactly the same. That was an endless coldness and arrogance. It was just like a monarch who controlled the world looking down on his slaves. Even when his gaze shifted to the 3 huge demon god pillars in the distance, it was still the same. Sitting upright on its back, Long Haochen simultaneously swallowed a Jasper body protection pill, a spiritual explosion pill, and a spiritual recovery pill. In an instant, he only felt his body rapidly heat up. Within the saint's spiritual furnace in his chest, the liquid spiritual power seemed to be boiling, crazily surging. Long Haochen's entire skin was covered with a layer of red, brimming with excitement. Even his pair of golden eyes seemed to have 2 clusters of flames burning. This was the first time he ate a spiritual explosion pill, but he didn't expect that the effect of this thing would be so fierce. That dry and hot feeling even affected his perception. Bang! The dark green dual blade demon that was charging at the forefront suddenly soared up and directly pounced at Long Haochen. Its huge forelimbs were raised, clearly wanting to tear Long Haochen to shreds. "Kill!" Long Haochen shouted. At this moment, whether it was his fighting intent or killing intent, they were both unprecedentedly strong. His legs exerted force, and he directly soared up from Hao Yue's back, rushing to meet the dark green dual blade demon. Hao Yue didn't belong to the kind of demon beast that would directly assist the knight in charging. It was more proficient in supporting and assisting attacks. As soon as Long Haochen soared up, Xiao Guang spat out a golden light from his mouth, attaching it to his body. That was a blazing flame. Unexpectedly, it was the fire of the sun that Long Haochen had just used. However, this fire of the sun was different from the one ignited by Long Haochen himself. In an instant, it flowed from his body to his 2 swords, attaching it to his first attack. The Holy Spirit sword, blue rain, and hibiscus of light were like 2 suns that suddenly lit up the earth. Under the effect of the spiritual explosion pill, Long Haochen's internal spiritual force at this moment was like an explosive increase. Double glorious sun slash. Head-on clash. The fire of the sun emitted by Xiaoguang was like the flames of the double glorious sun slash. The 2 complemented each other, and together with the explosive state of Long Haochen, this attack was filled with indomitable aggressiveness. Boom! Crossing slashes, the 2 swords in Long Haochen's hands fiercely collided with the dark green dual blade demon's sharp forelimbs. An ear-piercing, shattering sound mixed with terrifying light attribute energy. Fluctuations instantly erupted. The dark green dual blade demon's forelimbs were unexpectedly shattered by Long Haochen in an instant, and Long Haochen also fell to the ground under the impact of the recoil. It had to be said that these demon gods' personal guards were more valiant than ordinary demons. Even if its most powerful weapon was shattered, the dark green dual blade demon unexpectedly didn't retreat, but instead directly smashed down on Long Haochen, actually trying to use its solid body to crush him to death. A resonant dragon's roar instantly resounded. Long Houchen's two swords intertwined, and a layer of faint golden scales appeared around his body. Golden light swayed, and with an ear-piercing sound of friction, the solid carapace on the chest of the dark green dual-blade demon was shattered, and the sharp blades of blue rain and hibiscus of light instantly ended its life. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, Long Houchen's battle strength at least doubled. Facing the fifth step dark green dual-blade demon, he unexpectedly killed it in such a short time under a head-on clash. However, more dark green dual-blade demons had already rushed over at this time. It was also at this time that a ball of white light abruptly lit up in the center of the dark green dual-blade demons' personal guards that were rushing forward. This ball of white light came very suddenly, without any warning. Immediately after, tens of thousands of white lights erupted from that ball of light. The ear-piercing howls were like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves, and an incomparably sharp aura instantly spread out. The carapace of the dark green dual-blade demons was extremely hard. If it wasn't for the sharp blue rain and hibiscus of light in Long Houchen's hands, even with the boost from the spiritual explosion pill, he wouldn't have been able to kill one of them in a single round. But at this moment, under the cover of the white light that spread out in an instant, the dark green dual-blade demons that were madly rushing forward abruptly froze and then fiercely fell to the ground. As long as the white light fell on their bodies, it unexpectedly pierced through their bodies without exception. Under the cover of the white light, less than 40 of the 100 dark green dual-blade demons were left in an extremely short time. More than 50 dark green dual-blade demons had all fallen, and among them, more than 30 had died directly. The others had also suffered a near-destructive blow and fell to the ground, struggling at death's door. In midair, the white light receded, and a gray figure could be vaguely seen quietly flashing before disappearing once again. This time, it was Long Houchen's turn to take advantage of it. His figure rapidly charged forward, and in just the time of 2 breaths, 2 heavily wounded dark green dual-blade demons had fallen under his 2 swords. Long Haoyue didn't stay idle either. Bursting fireballs, light thorns, little light, and little fire all launched an all-out attack. They helped Long Houchen clean up the heavily wounded remnants. At the same time, they didn't forget to rush over and use their sharp teeth to bite open the carapace of the dark green dual-blade demons and devour their magical crystals. The dark green dual-blade demon guards suddenly suffered a destructive blow, and the 3 demon gods in the distance immediately reacted. The flaming devil mantis sped up and charged forward, while the twin-headed devil vultures seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth. The demon god Cyan Goblin, who was ranked 70th among the 3 demon gods, patted the green devil horse beneath him, and the devil horse actually stepped on the void, soaring through the air. That huge green pillar of light followed Shier, as if it was the light emitted by him. It was also at this time that a strange scene appeared in the sky not far from the place where the white light had previously erupted. It was a completely gray crystal. That's right, it was a crystal. It was about 2 meters tall, rhombus-shaped, and emitted a faint silver-gray color all over, sparkling and translucent. Even under the illumination of the flames emitted by the flaming devil mantis, it could still reflect a resplendent radiance, but that radiance was also filled with a dangerous aura. Olalu! The Cyan Goblin horseman suddenly let out an explosive roar, and a green spear appeared in its right hand. Its body leaned back slightly, and in the next moment the green spear had already shot straight towards the gray crystal with a thunderous sound. As expected of one of the 72 demon god pillars, the instant the green spear shot out, the surrounding area of several hundred square meters turned completely green. Long Houchen, who was in the middle of killing the dark green dual-blade demons, felt his heart tighten, and his entire body was affected by the green light, becoming much more rigid. A layer of golden light landed on Long Houchen, and the rigid feeling disappeared. It was Haoyue who had come to his side. As for why Haoyue wasn't affected by the green light, Long Haochen didn't have time to think about it. Woo! Haoyue growled at Long Haochen. Long Haochen immediately understood and threw a spirit explosion pill into Haoyue's mouth. Greenie, who hadn't participated in the attack all this time, suddenly raised its head. It had been chanting in a low voice all this time. After swallowing the spirit explosion pill, a layer of green light appeared on Haoyue's entire body, especially on the protruding part of its spine, where 3 golden ridges appeared. Greenie growled, and Xiaohua and Xiaoguang immediately growled together with it, accompanied by a special rhythm, completely ignoring the battlefield not far away. Haoyue's 3 heads seemed to be completing a strange incantation. Below its body, there was also a strange ridge in the shape of a nonagon that flickered with starlight. A faint green mist of light rose. Although Long Haochen didn't know what Haoyue was doing, he didn't hesitate to ride on its body, and at the same time his eyes were fixed on the sky not far away. Although the light on the green spear caused all the creatures within its range to slow down, its speed was quite terrifying, and in a flash it pierced the gray crystal in the sky. Long Haochen's heart subconsciously tightened, although he had already decided to die the moment he stayed. Seeing that the gray crystal that was transformed from Kai, Er's father, was hit by the peak of the 8th rank green goblin-mounted devil in one shot, his heart was filled with worry. It should be known that for experts of any profession, the gap between each rank was like a natural chasm, because each rank had a specific and powerful increase. For example, the 5th rank of liquid spirit force, the 6th rank of spiritual aperture, and the 7th rank of spiritual force transformation of the body. As for the changes above the 8th rank, although Long Haochen didn't know, he could guess that it must be a qualitative leap. The green goblin-mounted devil was at the peak of the 8th rank, while Shunglingxin was at the peak of the 7th rank. That was an entire rank difference. Pooh! A soft sound made all the demon gods' personal guards, be it in the sky or on the ground, focus their attention on the gray crystal. A strange scene appeared. The green spear was actually like a gust of wind, quietly dispersing upon colliding with the gray crystal, not even causing the crystal to tremble at all. In fact, the light emitted from the crystal was even brighter. This was whether it was Long Haochen or the 3 demon gods. They couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. Without exception, they didn't know what kind of existence this gray crystal was. Ding! A clear and melodious sound was heard in the next instant, and a series of gray shadows burst out from the gray crystal. It could be seen that the shadows were obviously the same as Shang Lingxin's body from before. However, in this instant, there were actually hundreds of shadows that burst out. Every shadow was filled with a resolute aura, and every shadow was shining with a crystal-clear gray light. They were fast, they were wild, and they even had a hint of resolute sacrifice. Pooh, Pu. These shadows were simply too fast, so fast that they dragged behind them a large number of afterimages. Even with Long Haochen's perception and eyesight, he could only catch one of them. The shadow flashed 3 times in the sky, and 3 of the powerful, twin-headed demon vultures in the sky actually fell just like that. The flaming demon mantis defense was much stronger, but as long as it was hit by a shadow after 3 consecutive explosions, it would also turn into pieces. The power of this attack was simply too strong, to the point that even a powerful existence like the green demon horse demon knight could only form 2 green spears in his hands to continuously block the light's poison. The green demon horse under him actually kept retreating under this attack. In just a few blinks of an eye, the twin-headed demon vultures in the sky and the remaining jade-green dual-blade demons on the ground were all wiped out. Even a third of the flaming demon mantis had disappeared. The violent spiritual power fluctuations caused everything within the range of the shadow to be covered in a layer of coldness, and the gray crystal that was previously floating in the sky also quietly disappeared. "Let's go." A weak voice rang in Long Haochen's ears. Long Haochen only felt his back sink and there was already someone leaning on his back. Without needing him to give the order, Haoyue had already moved. Almost a moment ago, Little Green, Little Light, and Little Fire had also just finished their incantations. At this moment, all three of their eyes were actually shining with green light. That's right, they were all green light. In the next moment, the cyan-colored tail flame abruptly spurted out. It carried Long Haochen and Shang Lingxin on its back and swept to the side at lightning speed. Haoyue had actually used an incantation to temporarily change Little Light and Little Fire's attributes. At this moment, it was like 3 fifth-step wind magicians were using all their strength to increase their speed. Levitation, acceleration, and the push of the wind, it was as if Haoyue was flying, and in a short period of time, his speed had reached an unprecedented peak. It was also at this moment that 3 angry roars rang out from the mouths of the 3 demon gods. This was a humiliation, the most direct humiliation. In front of the 3 of them, a human had actually used a special method to instantly kill the majority of their personal guards. How could the demon gods be willing to accept this kind of humiliation? Shang Lingxin had realized what he had said before. He wanted to buy time for the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment, and first of all, he had to attract the attention of the 3 demon gods. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. The 3 demon gods turned into red, green, and black lights, chasing after Haoyue. Even though Haoyue was currently using all 3 of his heads, and all of them were using their acceleration ability, even though they had started a lot earlier. But the distance between the 2 sides was still shrinking at an astonishing speed. Shang Lingxin was leaning on Long Haochen's Holy Spirit armor. At this moment, his complexion was as pure white as snowflakes in the winter, so pure that there wasn't the slightest trace of blood. The divine light in his eyes was dim, and he had long since lost the elegant demeanor of the Exorcist Mountain Pass military chief. However, his eyes were brimming with relief. That's right. Relying on his own strength, he had killed so many demons experts. This was enough for him to be proud of. This wasn't only because of the special ability he used, but more importantly because of the suddenness. It was a suddenness that the 3 demon gods hadn't noticed. Otherwise, if any one of them had been prepared, his attack wouldn't have had such a big effect. The 72 demon god pillars had a common characteristic, and that was arrogance. Shang Lingxin had dealt with them too many times. So how could he not know? Long Haochen, I really shouldn't have brought you out. If you had left just now, you should have been able to escape. Shang Lingxin's voice began to show a bizarre change. It seemed as if with every word he spoke, his voice became crisp and tender. Long Haochen appeared very calm at this moment. If I hadn't stayed, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even have a trace of life left. That's right. After releasing that kind of terrifying attack, if Shang Lingxin was there alone, then there would only be one result for him, which is to be torn into pieces by the enraged 3 demon gods. And Long Haochen's existence could obviously buy him some time, even if there wasn't much time left. Shang Lingxin's face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Although I really don't want you to stay. But if you really stay, I'm happy for Brother Long. You're indeed his son, worthy of being the man chosen by Kair. If we can return alive this time, you're my son-in-law, I recognize you. Long Haochen's face turned red. Me and Kair, Shang Lingxin chuckled. The current hymn seemed to be very relaxed, as if all the burden had been removed. You've already slept on the same bed. Is there still a need to explain anything to me? Long Haochen went blank for a moment, although he was only 14 years old, but he knew what it meant for a man and a woman to sleep on the same bed. That's right. Me and Kair have actually reached this stage. A trace of warmth rose from the bottom of his heart. Kair is still waiting for me to return. A strong will to survive suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. He used all his strength to pour his inner spiritual power into Haoyue's body, hoping to help it increase its speed by a bit. At this moment, looking from afar, it could be seen that a ball of green light was running in front, and behind it were 3 huge light pillars chasing. Haoyue's speed had indeed reached the limit. In its rapid running, its speed had even reached the standard of a level 8 demon beast. Although this was still far from enough, it had already completely exceeded its standard. Blood was already oozing out of its 3 nostrils and mouth. "If we can return alive, help me say sorry to Kair," Shen Lingxin said softly. "I know she hates me and even hates everyone in the family. But this is fate. When she possesses the reincarnation Saint Maiden's physique for the future of humanity, this is fate. I can't stop it, and I can't stop grandfather's decision. However, Yenyu and I only have 1 daughter, and we don't have any other children. This is because we hope to use the love we have for the rest of our lives to make up for the pain she once suffered. Unfortunately, it looks like I won't have the chance. Haochin, do you know? Right now, what I want the most is to hear her call me daddy." The 3 demon gods were getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 200 meters. They had already entered their attack range. The flaming demon lion and Luoxian let out an earth-shaking roar, his hair and beard standing on end. A circle of red ripples instantly spread out in the air, enveloping Haoyue. Hearing this roar, Long Haochin and Shen Lingxin's bodies shook violently. They felt as though their strength had been completely stripped away by this roar. Just like that, they fell limply onto Haoyue's back, instantly losing consciousness. In the instant before Shen Lingxin fainted, he seemed to have fished out something from his bosom and stuffed it into Long Haochin's breastplate. What was strange was that, at this moment, Haoyue actually stopped in his tracks. His rapidly advancing figure slid forward tens of meters at high speed. Then, with his 4 limbs on the ground, he turned around just like that. Little Light and Little Fire's eyes once again emitted their original luster. Their 3 heads straightened at the same time, and within their 3 heads and 6 eyes, a purple glow flickered. At this moment, all the scales on their bodies also turned a demonic purple. Roar! Little Fire, Little Light, and Little Green roared angrily at the same time. Facing the 9th level flaming demon lion and Luoxian, they actually didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Their roars actually produced a faint purple ring of light that spread out. Compared to the halo released by the flaming demon lion and Luoxian's roar, that faint purple halo could only be considered a drop in the ocean. However, the 6th level demon beast Haoyue, whose cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level of a human, was facing a 9th level demon god, the flaming demon lion. What a disproportionate number of enemies this was. However, in the instant that Haoyue let out that furious roar, whether it was the flaming demon lion and Luoxian, the winged ox-mad demon Saigongong, or the green goblin riding demon air, all of them actually did the same thing. Their forward momentum came to a screeching halt. The 3 gigantic demon god pillars that had been charging forward suddenly stopped in the midst of their rapid advance. What a strange scene it was, but they had stopped just like that. If anyone could see the expressions on the faces of the 3 demon gods at this moment, they would definitely discover that their eyes were flickering with bewilderment and uncertainty. They stared fixedly at the purple glow that was gradually dissipating along with the ripples in the air. Haoyue raised his head high, his 3 heads and 6 eyes coldly sweeping a glance at them. Only then did he turn around again and run towards the side. This time, his speed wasn't as fast as before. However, the strange thing was that the 3 demon gods actually didn't chase after him. Instead, their gazes were firmly fixed on Haoyue's departing figure. At this moment, a sharp whistle rang out from the direction of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. One could clearly see several tens of rays of light leaping down from the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Their bodies sparkled with different kinds of light. The person in the lead was emitting a dense gray aura. As he ran, his afterimage unexpectedly stretched over 100 meters behind him. He was like an enormous gray dragon as he charged in the direction of the 3 demon gods. Behind him, The most eye-catching were 10 silver figures. If Long Houchin was still clear-headed, he would have discovered that they were the 10 Temple Knight led by Gao Yingjie. They were all wearing Mithril Foundation battle armor, and each of their feet was emitting a silver halo. They didn't even have time to summon their mounts before they rushed out after the gray figure in front of them. There were still 3 figures floating in the sky. Because they were high up in the sky, they couldn't be seen clearly. However, when they appeared, the radiance of the 3 demon god pillars, led by the flaming demon lion and Luoxian, was actually somewhat suppressed. The winged ox mad demon Sai Gonggong and the green goblin riding demon air both had their gazes fall on Luoxian, and Luoxian frowned. Let's go back first. I hope that what we saw just now was just a misconception. That faint purple aura just now had given them a bone-deep chill. Even though the figure emitting the purple aura was so small, the trembling in their bloodline inheritance was instantly aroused. The 3 demon god pillars gathered together. The 3 demon gods took a step forward, merging into their respective demon god pillars. As their figures rose up, the radiance of the demon god pillars quietly dimmed. Just as the Exorcist Mountain Pass powerhouses rushed forward, the radiance of the 3 demon gods and their demon god pillars simultaneously disappeared. What was left behind was only the 100 or so flaming demon mantises for the Exorcist Mountain Pass powerhouses to vent their anger. Following the appearance of these human powerhouses, no one knew what order the demon army had issued, but the black mass retreated like a receding tide. The pressure on the brilliant Angel Knight regiment decreased. Without their commander's order, they didn't pursue. They maintained their circular formation and slowly retreated, guarding against the demons' next attack. Most of the 100 or so flaming demon mantises died at the hands of the first gray figure. Not a single one of these 6th-step demon knights could stop him. In the blink of an eye, they turned into corpses. Only the flames on their bodies were still slowly rising. The gray figure finally slowed down, revealing its true appearance. Wasn't this the Temple League's Vice Alliance Master, Assassin Temple's Temple Master, 9th-step hero Xingyu? At this moment, the lanky Xingyu's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. But hidden in the depths of that killing intent was a trace of deep worry. His gaze swept around, looking into the distance. Hao Yue, who had previously run away, was now slowly running back. It seemed to have consumed a lot of its physical strength. Its running speed wasn't fast, and the radiance on its body had dimmed considerably, especially the purple color that caused people's hearts to palpitate. It had long since disappeared without a trace. Towards Hao Yue, Xingyu naturally had an impression. Seeing it, even the Assassin Temple's Temple Master, who had seen who knows how much of the world, had his complexion change. The characteristics of Long Houchin's magical beast companion were too obvious. There was no other. Why was it here? 3 great demon gods had appeared on the battlefield. In order to release their strongest fighting strength, they had aroused the might of their demon god pillars. The Exorcist Mountain Pass's walls could naturally see it clearly, just like what Shan Lingxin had said. They only needed to buy time for the army to wait for reinforcements. Demons were scheming against humans, but how could humans not be scheming against demons? The strongest person in the Exorcist Mountain Pass was not Shan Lingxin, who was at the peak of the 7th step. This was the headquarters of the Assassin Temple. True experts would only make a move at the most crucial moment. Thus, when Hero Shunyu received the news, he immediately rushed over without hesitation. They had been waiting for the demon gods to appear on the battlefield. Although it was very difficult for an individual's strength to change the outcome of a war, assassins were experts in ambushing the enemy's commander. The gray figure stepped into the void, and the next moment it appeared, it was already at Hao Yue's side. Seeing the 2 unconscious people on Hao Yue's back, Shengyu felt his heart tighten. One was his grandson, the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief, but the other was even more important. They were the Knight Alliance's flesh and blood. His hands stretched out at the same time, grabbing their wrists. Gentle spiritual power slowly flowed into the two's bodies, nourishing them. He didn't look at his grandson first, but focused his attention on Long Houchen's body. After frowning for a moment, his brows gradually relaxed, and he inwardly sighed in relief. At least this kid was all right. At this moment, the figure in the sky didn't descend. On the ground, the group of Mithril Foundation Knight quickly followed. Gao Ingjie also recognized Haoyue. He immediately ran over, practically blurting out, "Why is Houchen here?" He even forgot that he was questioning a powerhouse of the ninth step. Shang Yu coldly swept a glance at him and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back and talk." Chapter 59. As he spoke, he picked up Long Houchen and handed him over to Gao Ingjie. He could understand Gao Ingjie's feelings. It was clear that this outstanding temple knight was specially sent to follow Long Houchen. If it wasn't for Long Houchen, Knights Templars wouldn't have allowed 10 Mithril Foundation Knight to become the leader of this year's new monster hunters. There had never been such a precedent before. In the eyes of others, this was because there were many outstanding talents in this year's Knights Templars. Only Xingyu knew that the main reason was Long Houchen, the Child of Light. As a result, he handed Long Houchen over to Gao Ingjie. Letting him confirm Long Houchen's safety was clearly the most important thing. Sure enough, after Gao Ingjie handed Long Houchen over, he immediately checked his body's condition. Apart from being weak, there weren't any major problems. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. When Long Houchen and his companions were fighting the demons on the city wall, Gao Ingjie was hiding in the dark. As long as Long Houchen wasn't in absolute danger, he wouldn't easily make a move. After Long Houchen and the others returned to their living quarters, Gao Ingjie naturally went to rest. Now that he saw him again on the battlefield, how could Gao Ingjie not be shocked? There was even a demon god that appeared just now. However, no matter what, Long Houchen wasn't in any major problems, which made his mood much more stable. As for how he came to be on the battlefield, there was still time to investigate when he returned. After Xingyu handed Long Houchen over to Gao Ingjie, his expression became even more serious. Compared to Long Houchen's situation, Shang Lingxin's could only be described as terrible. At this moment, Shang Lingxin's face was as white as snow, but strangely, his face revealed a trace of a baby's innocent smile. Seeing this, Xingyu knew what his grandson had done. Coupled with the corpses of the demon god's personal guards on the battlefield, Shang Yu could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. However, no matter what, at least their grandson was still alive. They were already considered lucky to be stopped by 3 Fiend Celestials. The 3 demon gods had appeared with the intention of defeating the Radiant Angel Knight Corps in one fell swoop. Even if reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. Once the 3,000-strong Radiant Angel Knight company clashed head-on with the 3 demon gods and their 300 personal guards, their formation would immediately fall into disarray. There would definitely be a large number of casualties. At this time, the demon army came from behind, and the result was self-evident. However, Shang Lingxin's correct decision had saved the Radiant Angel Knight Company from the fate of certain death. A seemingly incomprehensible defense had ruined the plans of the 3 demon gods. However, if he had not been able to stop the 3 demon gods and buy time for the reinforcements, the result would have remained the same. But Shang Lingxin had unexpectedly relied on his peak 7th rank cultivation to do so. The reason why the 3 demonic gods were chasing after him was because the might of Shang Lingxin's attack was already comparable to a peak type 8 powerhouse. If they could kill such a powerhouse, it would not be inferior to destroying the Radiant Angel Knights. What's more, Shang Lingxin's sudden attack had angered the 3 demon gods. In the end, with the help of Long Houchen and Haoyue, Shang Lingxin had succeeded in accomplishing his goal. However, he himself had completely fallen into a deep coma. At this time, The Radiant Angel Knight Company had already retreated. Under Shang Yu's command, they slowly retreated back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and the demon army's siege had also temporarily come to an end. When Long Haochen gradually woke up from his coma, he only felt that his whole body was sore and powerless. The spiritual energy in his body was sluggish, and it was very difficult for him to mobilize it. "Haochen, how do you feel?" Gao Yingjie's gloomy voice resounded. Long Haochen's eyes gradually became spirited. "I am fine." "Leader, where am I?" "What about Chief?" Propping himself up, Long Haochen immediately found the answer to his question. He was in a spacious room. The sky outside was still dark, and the room's layout was very simple. At this time there were many people here, including Gao Yingjie and the other new monster hunters' leaders. Shang Lingxin was lying on a bed beside him, surrounded by Shang Yu, Lan Yanyu, and 7 or 8 high-ranking officers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. A great-grandfather. Seeing Shang Yu, Long Haochen couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His cry also shocked the others present, especially Lan Yanyu. She looked at Long Haochen with an inconceivable expression. Shang Yu nodded to Long Haochen. His face was very grave and stern. "It's good that you're fine." "All right, now Long Haochen has also woken up. Yanyu, tell me what's going on." Why did Long Haochen and Lingxin appear on the battlefield together? Lan Yanyu was clearly very afraid of Shang Yu. Her face became even paler. Looking at her husband, who was deeply unconscious on the bed with a strange smile on his face, her body violently trembled. But she couldn't say a single word. A great-grandfather. "I'm the one who wants to go to the battlefield with Uncle." At this time, Long Haochen suddenly opened his mouth and said. Xing Yu stared blankly. Gao Yingjie and the others couldn't help but stare blankly as well. Shang Yu doubtfully said, "You want to go to the battlefield with him?" "I just asked." At that time, you had just retreated from the battle at the top of the city wall, and after returning to the living quarters, you were called by Lingxin. "What reason do you have to go to the battlefield with him?" "Don't tell me he doesn't know that you are a new member of the Monster Hunters, and how dangerous it is to directly enter the battlefield against the demons." Long Haochen calmly faced everyone, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration. "Because Uncle Shing knows my identity and Uncle Shing knows my father, so he is very concerned about my situation. After the battle ended, he specially called me to the top of the city wall. One reason is to encourage me, and the other is to let me follow him to learn how to command an army." Hearing Long Haochen's words, Lan Yanyu couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment on her face. No one knew better than her the reason why Shang Lingxin called Long Haochen to the top of the city wall. But at this time he actually said such words, and from his face there wasn't the slightest bit of pretense, as if everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Shang Yu's face darkened, and he said, "Haochen, although Lingxin is my grandson, if he has done something wrong, even if he has already died on the battlefield, it still has to be traced back. You don't have to cover up for him, not to mention him. Even I don't know who your father is. This reason of yours isn't brilliant." Long Haochen shook his head and said, "A great-grandfather, what I said is the truth. Because I used a skill that my father created, and Uncle Shang happened to recognize this skill, and he even learned it from my father before. So he recognized me. That's why he took care of me." When Long Haochen's words came out, it immediately shocked everyone in the room. What kind of identity was Shang Lingxin? He was the only great-grandson of the 9th stage hero, Shang Yu. With his status and cultivation, he actually wanted to learn a skill from Long Haochen's father? And it was a self-created skill. Who was this Long Haochen's father? Xing Yu's eyes also revealed a trace of curiosity. "Who exactly is your father?" Long Haochen took a deep breath, lowered his head, and looked at Shang Lingxin, who was still in a deep coma, and said, "I can only tell you." Xing Yu nodded, raised his right hand, and a ray of light had already surrounded him and Long Haochen. After a moment, the expression on Shang Yu's face became incomparably strange. He even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were filled with shock. No wonder, no wonder. All right, I believe you. Continue speaking. Why did you step onto the battlefield with him? Long Haochen said, I followed Uncle Sheng to watch the battle, and he also told me about how he knew my father. He also encouraged me a few words, and then let me go back to rest. Just as I descended the city, I saw Uncle Sheng coming down from the city, preparing to lead the brilliant Angel Knight regiment out of the city to fight. So I ran over, wanting to fight shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Sheng. Uncle Sheng originally didn't agree, but at that time the army was already like an arrow on the bowstring and couldn't delay any longer. At that time he repeatedly urged me to follow him, and then always protect by my side. Nonsense. Gao Ingjie couldn't help but angrily shout, How did I teach you? Obeying orders and commands is a soldier's duty, and this is the battlefield. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to do this? You're completely unfamiliar with the brilliant Angel Knight regiment's fighting style. How could you rashly follow them out? Whether it's because you're in danger or because it affects the entire battlefield, it's an unforgivable crime. Gao Ingjie was so angry that his entire body trembled. If not for the fact that there were so many people present, he really wanted to teach Long Haochen a lesson. Long Haochen lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Captain. I know I was wrong. Gao Ingjie coldly looked at him and said, Show me your merit token. I want to deduct all the merit points you've already earned. Long Haochen nodded and first took off the Holy Spirit armor on his body. Just as he took off the armor, there was a paw sound and a book fell from his bosom. HM? Long Haochen was stunned for a moment, and then he picked up the book. It was a very ordinary-looking book, but on the cover there were 3 large words stamped in gold. Grafting flowers on trees. What was this? Long Haochen was absolutely sure that this wasn't something that belonged to him. Seeing this book, Xing Yu and Lan Yanyu were both stunned for a moment. Originally, Lan Yanyu didn't understand why Long Haochen would defend Xing Yu so much. But when she saw this book, even she, as the person involved, began to somewhat believe Long Haochen's words. Xing Yu was also puzzled and said, This book was given to you by Ling Xin? Long Haochen scratched his head and said, I don't know. Maybe Uncle Sheng stuffed it into my hands after I fainted. Xing Yu let out a long sigh and said, Only now do I completely believe everything you've just said. You brat, you're too disobedient. How could you follow the army to the battlefield? Don't you know that if something happened to you, I'm afraid that those old fellows from the Knights Templars will kill their way here to settle the score with me? As soon as he said this, Lan Yenyu's expression changed greatly, and the other generals were also shocked. Just where did this young man come from? Even if he was the descendant of a 9th-stage powerhouse, he still couldn't make Hero Xing Yu this worried, right? Xing Yu turned to Gao Ingjie and said, I think we should forget about deducting his merit points. It takes 2 hands to clap. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xin also wanted him to truly step onto the battlefield to gain some experience. The probability of encountering a demon god is very small. Otherwise, with Ling Xin's cultivation, it would be more than enough to protect him. Fortunately, Long Haochen is also fine. Let's just forget about this matter. If he violates military orders again in the future, it won't be too late to punish him then. Although Gao Ingjie's eyes were still filled with anger, Xing Yu was not only the Assassin Temple's temple master, but also the Temple League's vice leader. Gao Ingjie could not disobey his words and could only agree with a solemn expression. However, the gaze he looked at Long Haochen was still not kind. Long Haochen looked at him apologetically and immediately turned to Xing Yu and asked, A great-grandfather, what happened to Uncle Sheng? Is his injury serious? Xing Yu sighed and said he's not injured. Ah. Long Haochen looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xing Yu said Ling Xin's injury was caused by the spiritual stove's backlash. This child. However, at that time, If he did not use such a skill, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for you to survive. Long Houchen said with a face full of shame, "It's all my fault. I dragged Uncle Shing down." Gao Ingjie finally could not hold it in. "You still know? If not for you, with Brother Sheng's cultivation, who could stop him if he wanted to leave? I really don't know what to say about you." Shang Yu looked deeply at Long Houchen and said, "All right, don't always blame him. He was only doing it to kill the enemy, and it was also with good intentions. What's more, he is still young. Do you really think it's as simple as he said? Based on my understanding of Lingxin, if he had made up his mind to use the spiritual stove of reverting to childhood, he would definitely have let Houchen leave first. But in the end, he survived together with Houchen. This proves that in this war, Houchen played a positive role. I can also prove this," a sturdy general said in a deep voice. This person was wearing a set of black armor, which was precisely the attire of the brilliant Angel Knight. However, at this time there was no longer a pair of huge metal wings on his back. "Brother Gao, please don't blame this little brother. It can be said that if it wasn't for this little brother, we really would have been wiped out this time. In my opinion, not only should we not punish him, we should also reward him according to his military contributions. Since he is a member of the Monster Hunters, I think that even rewarding him with 10,000 contribution points wouldn't be too much." Hearing this, the anger on Gao Ingjie's face receded somewhat. He knew the person who spoke. It was the commander of the brilliant Angel Knight Corps, also a rank 7 Temple Knight, but he didn't have a mithril foundation armor. At first, we didn't understand why this little brother would follow the chief to the battlefield. But when we faced the Earth Dragon clan stealer, this little brother's mount played a crucial role. If possible, I very much hope that he can join our brilliant Angel Knight Corps. At once, the commander recounted Long Houchen's performance on the battlefield, especially how Little Light had consecutively released Eye of Truth to resolve the urgent situation. If it wasn't for this little brother helping us quickly resolve the Earth Dragon clan stealer, the demons would definitely have been able to set up even more easily. If we had waited until we were injured before attacking, we might not have been able to return. And the destruction of the Earth Dragon clan's several thousand stealers ruined their original plan, forcing the 3 demon gods to reveal their daggers and reveal their demon god pillars in advance to attack. In haste, they gave us the chance to return alive. This time, aside from the chief's enormous sacrifice, the second greatest contribution belongs to this little brother. Hearing the commander's words, Gao Ingjie's expression finally changed. He glanced at Long Houchen but said nothing else. Long Houchen hurriedly said, "I don't dare to claim credit. I violated a military order. I just hope that you can give me another chance, and let me and my companions continue to complete the next trial as new monster hunters. I also don't want any rewards. A great-grandfather, what is this spiritual stove of childhood reversal you mentioned just now? When will Uncle Sheng wake up?" He was worried about Shang Lingxin's current condition. In the final moments of the battlefield, Shang Lingxin's words constantly echoed in his ears. He sincerely hoped to help Shang Lingxin and Kai, or ease the relationship between father and daughter. Sheng Yu sighed. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal is ranked 6th among the known spiritual stoves that can be used by assassins, and is currently our exclusive spiritual stove. Its only use is to attack. In terms of attack power, this spiritual stove of childhood reversal can be ranked in the top 3 without a problem. The reason why it's ranked lower is because its side effects are really too big. Looking at the sleeping Shang Lingxin, Sheng Yu continued, the more powerful the spiritual stove, the more powerful the backlash. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal can instantly explode out its own attack power by several times, mixing all the spiritual power and life force in the body with a special method, producing an attack power that far exceeds one's cultivation. The evolution of the spiritual stove of childhood reversal is also very strange. It doesn't evolve with the user's cultivation, but with their age. However, the older they get, the more powerful it is, but the more severe the backlash. Ling Xin being able to return alive is really a miracle. Among the assassins that have the spiritual stove of childhood reversal, he is the only one that can survive after using the power of the stove on the battlefield. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal can only be used once in any state, after which the body will fall into an extremely weak state, without even half a bit of fighting strength. In a short period of time, he will fall into a coma. This coma will last for 7 days. After 7 days, when he wakes up, he will continue to be weak for a number of days equal to his age. His spiritual power will be completely sealed, and every day he will recover 1 year of memory and 1 year of cultivation. With Ling Xin's current age, it will take him more than 30 days to completely recover. Adding on the 7 days of coma, it will be a full 40 days. Hearing Sheng Yu's words, Long Haochen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew that the most severe backlash from a spiritual stove was Kai Er's spiritual stove of samsara, but the backlash from Sheng Ling Xin's spiritual stove of childhood reversal wasn't small at all. Even his consciousness and memory will be affected by the backlash, unable to recover for a full 40 days. This is really a killing move that can only be used with one's life on the line. Xing Yu said, "Okay, everyone go back to work. Long Haochen, you also go rest. Since Ling Xian gave you the flower grafting wood book, you must properly cultivate it when you go back. Flower grafting wood is a skill, and it is a skill that will gradually increase in effect as your cultivation increases. It can also be considered our Sheng family secret. After you learn it, teach it to Kai Er." Previously, she was unwilling to learn our Sheng family's self-created skill. Only if you teach her will she be willing to learn it. "Yes, a great-grandfather," Long Haochen respectfully replied. With a slight thought, he found Hao Yue, the great hero who saved him, and Sheng Lingxin, crawling to the side. However, at this time, Hao Yue didn't look weak at all. Instead, he was full of vigor, as if he had endless energy. Long Haochen naturally didn't know that before he and Sheng Lingxin were sent back, Hao Yue used the fastest speed to clean up the battlefield. Whether it was the dark green dual-bladed demon, the dual-headed demon vulture, or the flaming demons, they were all demons with magic crystals. It could be said that Hao Yue ate a big meal. At this time, his stomach was filled with at least 100 magic crystals. Just digesting it would take a while. Only he dared to eat like this. If it was any other demon, eating so many different types of magic crystals, they would be stuffed to death. Bringing Hao Yue out, Long Haochen's eyes revealed a trace of relief. It was finally over. How could he tell the truth? That would destroy the relationship between the two temple. Long Haochen also knew his position in the Knights Templars. Looking at the expressions of Gao Yingjie and the other Mithril Foundation Knight, he understood. Even if Xing Yu was a rank 9 powerhouse, he couldn't protect Sheng Lingxin and Lan Yinyu in this matter. Even if they weren't Kai Er's parents, Long Haochen wouldn't say the truth at this time. The relationship between the two temple was the most important. After going out, Long Haochen discovered that the place he was previously at wasn't far from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. It was a place that specialized in treating the wounded officers. "Which division are you from?" "Without a military order. You can't enter the city without permission. Violators will be punished according to military law. Get out of the way." A cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Long Haochen's heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly shouted, "Kai Er, I'm here." At this time, he already saw the direction of the noise. It was their number 1 soldier monster hunters being stopped by a group of patrolling soldiers. Hearing Long Haochen's voice, the originally murderous Kai Er immediately turned around. The green bamboo cane in her hand touched the ground, and with a few leaps, she arrived in front of Long Haochen. "Long Haochen, are you all right?" Kai Er immediately grabbed Long Haochen's arm with both hands and even quickly touched his body. The others also came over, looking at Long Haochen and Long Haochen, their faces revealing a relieved expression. As it turned out, after Long Houchin was called away by the orderly, he didn't return for a long time. The more Kai thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Thinking back to the situation with her mother during the day, she finally couldn't help but come out. The others naturally couldn't let her act alone, so they also followed. It's all right. I'm fine. Long Houchin laughed. Kai felt that although Long Houchin was a bit weak, he wasn't injured. The ice-cold aura on her body finally eased, but she tightly held onto Long Houchin's right hand, unwilling to let go. She said in a low voice, "Let's go back." Long Houchin lightly nodded, then turned around to look at Gao Ingjie. Gao Ingjie said in a low voice, "You guys go back and rest first. Long Houchin, if something like today happens again, I'll disband your monster hunters. Do you understand?" Long Houchin hurriedly stood at attention, giving him a knight's salute. In the treatment room, at this time, only Xingyu, Lan Yanyu, and the unconscious Sheng Lingxin were left. After everyone left, Xingyu's expression immediately became cold. "Speak. What exactly happened? The amount of salt this old man has eaten is more than the amount of rice you've eaten. Although Long Houchin covered it up for you, this child doesn't seem to be a liar. When he was making up lies, he didn't dare to look me in the eye." Lan Yanyu lowered her head, worriedly looking at her husband on the bed. "Today I saw Long Houchin and Kai on the same bed. After Lingxin found out, he decided to test this Long Houchin's ability and also to teach him a lesson so that he won't overstep his boundaries. Disgraceful." Shengyu originally didn't have a good temper. After hearing her explanation, he immediately became angry. "Is your brain made of paste? Don't you know that this time when Kai went to participate in the Monster Hunters competition, this old man personally went with her? If it wasn't for this old man's consent, how could Long Houchin be together with Kai? If it wasn't for this child Long Houchin being sensible today, he would have provoked a conflict between the two temple. Let me tell you, Long Houchin's importance to the Knights Templars is comparable to Kai's importance to the Assassin Temple. Also, this child just told me that he's Long Xingwu's son. Don't tell me you don't know who Long Xingwu is? Lingxin has always idolized Long Xingwu. What do you want me to say about the two of you? Fortunately, nothing happened. If anything happened, not only would you regret it for the rest of your lives, but it would also cause a huge uproar in the alliance." Lan Yanyu listened to Xingyu's words and couldn't help but be a little stunned. But he and Kai are sleeping on the same bed, and they're so young," Shang Yu coldly said. "So what if they're sleeping on the same bed? Isn't it just a matter of time? Don't tell me you're waiting until you get married before you sleep with that little bastard Lingxin? In the entire alliance, aside from Long Houchin, no one else is worthy of my Kai. What's even rarer is that Kai is actually able to accept him. Don't you know what kind of personality Kai has? Even you and I are excluded from her heart. For Long Houchin to be able to enter her heart, he naturally has something extraordinary about him. I only didn't pay attention to Kai for 2 days, and you guys almost caused a huge commotion." Lan Yanyu mournfully said, "Grandfather, I'm a mother. As a mother, shouldn't I do something when I see such a young daughter together with a boy? Kai is only 3 years old, and I already lost the chance to love her. I only have this one daughter, but she and I are like strangers." Xingyu's eyes gradually softened. He sighed and said, "There's always a loss when there's a gain. All right, at least things didn't blow up. Take good care of Lingxin." After saying this, the 9th grade hero turned around and left. When he left Lan Yanyu's sight, a trace of helplessness and bitterness appeared on the lips of this all-powerful old man in the Temple League. That was also his great-granddaughter. However, he had no other choice. In the barracks, at this time the sky was still dark. Dawn had not yet appeared. After returning to their temporary home, Long Houchin didn't even have time to say anything before he hugged Kai and fell into a deep sleep. Everything that Kai originally wanted to ask him also melted in his arms. If one were to ask Long Houchin how he felt about the previous battle, his answer would only be 4 words. It's good to be alive. Demon camp. Unlike human camps, demons to a certain extent were more similar to demonic beasts. There was a clear hierarchy, but the management was not meticulous. Hundreds of thousands of demon army were stationed in the plains. Due to the lack of resources and the demons themselves not doing production, only the strong demons of the 4th grade and above had the qualifications to live in tents. Even so, most of the tents were very shabby. 6,000 years ago, the 72 demon pillars suddenly descended and infected a large number of natives that originally belonged to this continent. They launched a war of aggression. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same race must have a different heart. The demons adopted a completely reckless strategy of killing and plundering. After thousands of years of war, humans established the Temple League and gradually gained a foothold. After relying on a few natural barriers to fight against the demons gradually discovered their own problems. Among the demons, the higher the level of the demons, the slower the reproduction rate. However, the low-level demons, like the dual-bladed demons, had a surprisingly fast reproduction rate, almost the same as humans. Moreover, the dual-bladed demons only needed 3 years at most to reach adulthood. The demons had killed too many humans. In addition to humans, some of the natives of the Holy Demon Continent were directly destroyed. Under such circumstances, when the war situation on the continent stabilized, the demons were at a loss to find that there was no food to continue. In desperation, the demons could only gather the surviving humans together, planting food and herding livestock for them. The survival of a race must first fill their stomachs. Naturally, they gave up on other aspects. However, although the demons' territory was large, they had killed too many humans. Most of the surviving humans also ran to the Temple League. There were too few humans they could find. Therefore, they had to give up the development of other industries and focus on food. The current status of humans in the demons' territory was completely different from that of the past. It was even higher than the low-level demons. They even had the right to command the low-level demons to assist in the production of food. The demons continuously waged war against the Temple League for 2 main purposes. One was to plunder as much human population as possible, and the other was to digest their excessive population, especially the low-level demons. However, in the past 6,000 years, the 6 great temple of humans had completely established a foothold. Although they were still at a disadvantage compared to the 72 demon pillars, they relied on some natural barriers to form a natural moat, coupled with some powerful weapons made from the crystallization of human wisdom, to withstand the attacks of the demons again and again. The demons hated defensive weapons like the magic cannon, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't have the production and manufacturing capabilities at all. If it weren't for the 72 demon pillars being too powerful, perhaps the advantage between humans and demons would have been reversed. However, up until now, the demons still had the initiative, and humans still didn't dare to send troops to the east to recover their lost land. Without the natural moat barrier, humans were still no match for the demons. At the core of the demon camp, there were 3 huge tents. Each one was 10 meters tall, and the circular tents had a diameter of at least 30 meters. Among the demons, only the demon gods could live in them. It could be considered luxurious. At this moment, in the huge tent in the middle, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Flaming Lion Demon and Luo sat in the middle, and on his sides were Winged Bull Demon, Saigong, and Green Demon riding Demon Air. Although these 3 demon gods were ranked outside the top 50, they still played an important role in the demons. However, at this moment, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were even filled with deep worry. Winged Bull Demon, Saigong, suddenly lifted the huge metal table in front of him, making a loud bang. I was really stupid at that time. I should have captured him. Wouldn't everything be solved if we sent him to His Majesty? Capture him? You or me? Or the Lion Demon? The handsome green demon, riding demon air, snorted coldly. Hearing this, the seemingly boorish Gong instantly fell silent, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. And Luo waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no point in saying all this. This news is too shocking. If that person really came to this world, even if he hasn't recovered his strength, we can't easily come into contact with him. I hope we're just worrying for nothing. After all, that person shouldn't be able to cross planes. Otherwise." At this point, the same fear appeared in his eyes. Gong panted heavily and said, "Then what should we do?" Flaming Lion Demon and Luo suddenly stood up. "We won't be able to come to a conclusion here. How about this? The two of you stay here to command the army and continue to launch feint attacks. Send more races below the 3rd level to charge forward, but don't start a big battle. At the same time, strengthen the defenses of the camp. I'll immediately return to Demonic City to see His Majesty the Demon Emperor and ask him to make a decision." Green Demon riding demon air nodded and said, "That's the only way." A moment later, a thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out in the demon camp, and a ball of red light galloped toward the east. Early morning. The soldier level 1 monster hunters didn't dawdle in bed because they slept late last night. With their cultivation, they only needed to rest for 1 or 2 hours to meditate and focus, and they would be able to recover as long as they weren't injured. Just as everyone got up and washed up, 2 of the soldiers who passed orders to Long Haochen yesterday arrived. However, this time they didn't pass orders, but brought their breakfast. Is the treatment in the military camp this good? Breakfast is even delivered to the barracks? Lin Xian asked curiously. The soldier who delivered the food put down the food box and said with a smile, "In view of everyone's outstanding performance at the top of the city wall yesterday, the higher-ups have decided to provide everyone with food according to the standards of priests." With that, he turned around and left. Soldiers of different professions in the Temple League had different foods. This wasn't discrimination, but it was mainly due to the different physical conditions of people of different professions. For example, the food that warriors and assassins ate couldn't be the same. Warriors had to have endurance and be strong, but assassins couldn't eat too much fat and staple food. They had to maintain their body's lightness. Priests, magicians, and summoners, on the other hand, ate better food. What they consumed was spiritual energy, so they had more precise requirements for nutrition. Among them, priests had the best food because their bodies were usually the weakest. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, the few people in front of them seemed to belong to the category of exceptions, of course. Everyone wouldn't stand on ceremony when there was good food. After washing up, they immediately sat together and started eating. Chapter 60. The breakfast in the food box could not be said to be delicacies, but it was very plentiful. There were 2 kinds of low-level magical beast eggs, which everyone could get. There were also fragrant, piping hot steamed buns. There was meat, soup, vegetables, and even fruits. Last night's consumption was not small, and they were all young people. In a short while, all the food was swept away. Among the 7 of them, only Kai, and Chinning ate a bit less. The other people's appetites were no less than adult warriors. The bald priest Sima Xian patted his chest with a satisfied look. "I wonder when I can go to the battlefield again. I haven't had enough yesterday." Long Haochen said, "Oh yes, let's distribute the merits." "Merits? Commander, you went to the battlefield again yesterday?" Lin Xian asked curiously. It was already very late when they returned yesterday. Long Haochen let everyone rest first, and did not talk about his experience. Long Haochen looked at Kaier beside him and said, "Yes. Yesterday, I was called by the military chief, and then went to the battlefield with him." Hearing this, Kaier clearly frowned. Long Haochen did not intend to hide it from Kaier, because he did not want to lie to Kaier, even if it was a white lie. However, the same thing, said in different ways, the listener's feelings would be very different. The military chief is actually Kair's father. Yesterday, Auntie saw me on the bed with Kair, and after she went back, she must have told the military chief. That's why I was called to go at night. Kair grabbed Long Houchen's hand, and her tone showed that she was nervous. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Look at me now. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Let me finish what I have to say. In the beginning, Uncle Sheng was very rude to me and only let me follow him to lead the Radiant Angel Knight team to the battlefield. But in the battle, Uncle Sheng recognized one of the skills I used. It turns out that he and my father are old friends. Later, I fought alongside Uncle Saint and learned many things. Uncle Sheng even gave me a skill book." The others were a little puzzled. Long Houchen's description of the process was too simple. Kair looked up. "Is that all?" Long Houchen said, "Later, when we faced a strong enemy, Uncle Sheng used the spiritual stove of youth reversal to protect me. Although he returned safely, he is still unconscious." While saying these words, Long Houchen had been watching Kair's expression change. What made his heart sink was that when Kair heard that Shang Lingxin had fainted, she didn't say anything. "I killed some demons on the battlefield, so I should have accumulated some merit points. I'll distribute them to everyone." In front of everyone, Long Houchen didn't say anything about the Holy Spirit heart. He knew that the knot in Kair's heart was hard to untie, so he couldn't be too hasty. Moreover, this was her private matter. Wang Yuan said doubtfully, "There's no need for that. These are all obtained by yourself, not by everyone killing enemies together." Long Houchen laughed and said, "Our team is in the middle of breaking in. I was the one who suggested splitting the merit points. So how can I not set an example? If it wasn't for Lin Xian's pills, I might not have been able to come back alive. Let's split evenly. In the future, if there's someone who needs merit points, will we not help him? I feel that through this trial, our teamwork in battle is important. But what's more important is the camaraderie between us. We are partners, just like brothers and sisters. Although merit points are good, they can only be used when they are needed the most. Isn't it best for the 7 of us to share the merit points?" As he said this, he took out the merit testing gem to check his merit points. When Long Houchen distributed the merit points to everyone was a little dumbfounded because it was really too much. When the 7 of them had fought together, each of them had only received 20 or so merit points. But this time Long Houchen had given each of them 50 or so merit points. In the end, everyone's merit points had reached 73. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Long Houchen laughed and said, "I followed Uncle Sheng and picked up scraps. I killed about a dozen dark green dual-bladed demons to get this much merit points. I reckon that we are definitely the team with the most merit points now. You guys didn't see how powerful Uncle Sheng's spiritual stove of youth reversal was. In an instant, it killed more than 100 strong 5th and 6th level demons." Qin Ingo laughed and said, "That's great. Meat pies fell from the sky so early in the morning. I'm in a good mood. There's delicious food and merit points. Captain, it's really good to follow you." Sima Xian laughed and said, "Inger is right. Long Houchen, I was originally only convinced by your strength, but now I'm also convinced by your character. You deserve to be the captain. It seems like we won't have a chance to go up the city wall now. What should we do now?" Long Houchen said, "Everyone should cultivate on their own. I'll help everyone test the value of their internal and external spiritual power." Monitoring everyone's internal and external spiritual power was very necessary. Gao Ingjia had told Long Houchen that the higher one's cultivation, the more it was necessary to monitor and form a good team habit. This way, it was convenient for the whole team to allocate resources. For example, if there was a member who was close to a breakthrough, if the team could spend money to buy a suitable medicinal pill for him, they could save a lot of time and increase the strength of the whole team. Very soon, the test results were out. In descending order, Wang Yuanyuan's external spiritual power was ranked first with a whopping 524. Among the fifth-step warriors, this was an extremely terrifying number. In second place was Kai, with 446. Long Haochen's external spiritual power was 396. Sima Xian's was 362, and Han Yu's was 275. As for the two magic-related people, their external spiritual power wasn't even 100. When it came to internal spiritual power, Kai was impressively ranked first with an internal spiritual power of 2,590. This was already the standard of the third level of the fifth step, coupled with her reincarnation daughter's physique. Even without considering the extremely harsh spiritual stove of samsara, she was still the strongest among everyone. In second place was Lin Xian with an internal spiritual power of 2,385, followed by Han Yu with 2,270. Wang Yuanyuan had 2,160, and the fifth was Long Haochen's turn with 2,095. Although his internal spiritual power was only ranked fifth, his actual fighting strength was second only to Kai. Moreover, he had broken through during the Monster Hunter's trials. The speed of his internal spiritual power's improvement was quite astonishing. After all, after the fifth step, the internal spiritual power's improvement was obviously slower. In sixth place was Sima Xian with 1,920, and Chuning was at the bottom with 1,850. Recently, the two had been using the essence gathering pill to cultivate, and the improvement was quite obvious. Looking at the spiritual power of themselves and their partners, everyone's eyes finally focused on Kai. Everyone expected Kai's internal spiritual power to be the first, but her external spiritual power was actually more than 400, which was higher than Sima Xian and Long Haochen before they went berserk. What kind of strength was this? Moreover, Kai should be the youngest among them. Long Haochen recorded everyone's current spiritual power situation in detail and said, "Okay, everyone start cultivating, but don't consume too much so that you can be deployed to battle at any time." Lin Xian had just obtained the dark green dual blade demon and beta flying demon's corpses yesterday, and it was just the right time to make medicine. On the battlefield, one could imagine the speed of consumption of medicine. Moreover, it was a good life-saving item. Although he didn't know how to attack, his contribution and importance to the monster hunters were not lower than anyone else. Naturally, he had to play to his greatest advantage. Most of the others chose to cultivate spiritual power, especially Sima Xian and Chening. They didn't have liquid spiritual power yet, so they needed to improve in this aspect the most. Long Haochen pulled Kai back to their own bed. Long Haochen whispered, "Kai, aren't you going to see Uncle Sheng?" Kai was a little quiet, but in the end she still shook her head. "I know about the spiritual stove of childhood reversal. He will be fine. I'm going to cultivate first." As she spoke, she had already climbed onto the bed and sat down to cultivate with her eyes closed. Looking at her with pity, Long Haochen sat opposite her, but he didn't cultivate spiritual power. Instead, he took out the flower graft book that Shang Lingxin gave him and read it carefully. This book that recorded the flower graft skill was very thin, only 7 or 8 pages. Long Haochen read very carefully, and gradually, a touch of surprise appeared on his handsome face. Flower graft was very strange. Although it was called a skill, it was more like a method of using spiritual power. The skill itself didn't have any attack or defense abilities, but it was very practical. The so-called flower graft was actually a special ability to store other skills in one's body. After using this skill, one could store any skill that one could use in one's body, which was equivalent to storing spiritual power. After storing, one could instantly use the skill at any time. But while storing, one had to be in a half-meditative state. At least the body couldn't move, let alone fight. After storing it, the skill must be released within 2 hours. Otherwise, the accumulated spiritual power would dissipate on its own. After storing, the skill wouldn't continue to consume spiritual power, nor would it affect the recovery of spiritual power. With flower graft, it could be said that the profession could instantly release their strongest skill at any time. However, flower graft also had its limitations. First of all, it was only suitable for warriors, assassins, and knights. Magicians, priests, and summoners were useless. At the same time, flower graft was more suitable for those skills that needed spiritual power to burst out, and not suitable for skill-based skills. For example, Long Houchen's battle-killing revolving sword couldn't be stored through flower graft. Battle-killing revolving sword needed the perfect combination of spiritual power and skill. But a skill like the Holy Sword was very suitable. After Long Houchen finished reading the entire skill book, he pondered for a moment and came up with several possibilities. If used well, flower graft could become a life-saving skill. It was indeed a first-class secret skill. Moreover, it was a self-created skill, and the creator was the ninth-step hero, Shanyu. The barracks was very quiet, with only the occasional fluctuation of the fire attribute and a slight noise. That was the sound of Lin Xian refining pills. Everyone else was immersed in meditation. In this exorcist mountain pass, they would have to face the demon army at any time. So everyone understood the importance of increasing their strength. With pressure came motivation, and with pressure, it could stimulate one's potential. The number 1 soldier level monster hunters slowly improved under this pressure. What surprised Long Houchen was that the side effect of the spirit explosion pill only lasted for about 12 hours before the feeling of weakness gradually disappeared, and not the 24 hours Lin Xian said. This should be related to his constitution. The tranquility of cultivation continued all the way until the afternoon. After eating a similarly sumptuous lunch, everyone cultivated on their own for less than 2 hours before the barracks door was knocked open. An order directly subordinate to the Exorcist Mountain Pass military headquarters was transmitted over. A moment later, Long Houchen led the number 1 soldier level monster hunters to meet the other 9 new monster hunters. What was the point of gathering all the newly promoted demon hunt squads that had come to train together? It wasn't only Long Houchen who was puzzled. The 60 young experts from the 6 great temples all had similar thoughts. After all, they had just entered the infantry barracks for a day. How could there be a change in the arrangements? In fact, there really was a change. And this change was mainly caused by 2 aspects. The first was the performance of the 10 new monster hunters in yesterday's battle on the city wall. The new monster hunters had never come to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to train before, and this was the first time. Therefore, from the Sacred Spirit Heart onwards, the Exorcist Mountain Pass commanders hadn't thought of the most suitable arrangement for them. As a result, they decided to let them first go to the most difficult infantry barracks to train, temper, and sharpen their spirit. The result shocked the officers and soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Yesterday, when the 10 new monster hunters were assigned to defend the city, they displayed a fighting strength that far exceeded the Exorcist Mountain Pass commander's original estimation, causing the losses of the infantry barracks to be less than a fifth of the usual. It must be known that an infantry barracks only had 6 more people, that's all. It was no wonder that the Exorcist Mountain Pass commander was shocked. The overall strength of this batch of new monster hunters was indeed the strongest in the last 100 years. Not to mention others, whether it was Yang Wenjiao, Long Houchen, Kair, Duani Huang, and the others of place in the previous batches, they would definitely be the champions. Just this batch of Knights Templars had produced 5 5th-rank knight, and the other reason was because of Long Houchen. Although Long Houchen covered up the real situation for Shanglingxin, his performance on the battlefield was seen by all the Radiant Angel Knight Regiments, Knight Regiment, as well as the Knight Thorns Assassins. Now, the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment's commander had already asked the general who temporarily replaced Shanglingxin as the military chief for a day. He requested that Long Houchen, and it would be best if Long Houchen's entire regiment was transferred to the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment. Last night, If not for Haoyue's true sight, perhaps not even half of the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment would have returned. In the army, the most important thing wasn't an individual's strength, but rather an individual's assistance to the army on the battlefield. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how many enemies you killed, if your comrades all died in the end, you still wouldn't be an outstanding soldier. Last night, when Shang Lingxin had erupted, he had used the spiritual stove of youth reversal to annihilate a large number of powerful enemies. That was when Long Haochen had turned tail and run with him. He had forcefully snatched Shang Lingxin's life back in front of the 3 great demon gods. At that time, everything had happened too quickly. After returning, because of Hero Shengyu's existence, the group of generals didn't say anything. But after thinking about it again, it could be said that Long Haochen had made 2 great contributions. Long Haochen was the champion of this batch's New Monster Hunters individual competition. Naturally, he was also the representative of this batch's New Monster Hunters. His outstanding performance had also allowed all the members of Monster Hunters to receive the true attention of the Exorcist Mountain Pass military. Leaving these elites in the infantry camp was definitely overkill. That was why there was a change. They had to be assigned new tasks. As the captain of the number 1 soldier grade Monster Hunters, when Long Haochen arrived with his team, the other people's gazes naturally fell on him. Yang Wenjiao's gaze immediately fell on Qining Er. Qining Er, however, held on to Wang Yuanyuan's arm and didn't even look at him. "Hello, Brother Yang." Long Haochen took the initiative to greet Yang Wenjiao. Although the 2 of them had a very strong competitive relationship, they were both well-known figures of the younger generation of Knights Templars. This kind of competition was benign. Yang Wenjiao faintly smiled and said, "Brother Long, how was it? How was yesterday's harvest?" He was naturally asking about the contribution. Long Haochen smiled and said, "Not bad." While saying that, he also greeted the other new Monster Hunters captains. Among the 10 new Monster Hunters teams, only the number 2, 3, and 4 teams were qualified to compete with them for the first place in the team competition. Although the remaining 6 Monster Hunters teams were also very outstanding, there was a big gap between them and the top 4 teams. The tall Duan Yi was the most steady person. After greeting Long Haochen, he didn't say anything else. The captain of the number 4 soldier grade Monster Hunters was the grade 5 priest. Although he wasn't familiar with Long Haochen, he was familiar with Lin Xian. She had already walked over and chatted with Long Haochen about the battle that day. It was obvious that in the battle yesterday, Long Haochen's team wasn't the only one who performed well. The number 2, 3, and 4 new Monster Hunters teams were also very strong. Their overall lethality even surpassed that of Long Haochen's team. After all, the magicians and summoners on Long Haochen's team didn't have their original roles. In terms of overall lethality, they weren't necessarily the strongest among the new Monster Hunters. At this time, several generals of the Exorcist Mountain Pass and the 10 captains walked over. The members of the Monster Hunters immediately quietened down and returned to their respective teams. Walking at the very front was a general that Long Haochen had seen yesterday, but he didn't know his name. Gao Yingjie walked with him and arrived in front of the 10 Monster Hunters teams. "Hello, everyone. I am Gu Jin, a general under the command of Chief Saint. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to everyone's outstanding performance in the battle yesterday. The soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass will always remember everything you have done for the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Hearing General Gu Jin's words, the young Monster Hunters couldn't help but reveal excitement in their eyes. For these young elites under the age of 25, obtaining the recognition of the military was extremely important. This was related to their evaluation of the trial this time. It was also related to the merit points that each team would obtain in the end. For Demon Hunt squads, contribution points were really too important. With enough contribution points, they could learn even more powerful secret skills and exchange for even better equipment. Naturally, they could also accept some more difficult missions with more merit points. constantly improving themselves. Currently, there was a gap between the various monster hunters' teams. But who could say for sure in a few years? In history, there were many famous and powerful monster hunters' teams that were unknown when they were formed. Gugene said, in view of everyone's formidable strength and outstanding performance, the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military has decided that from now on, everyone will be entrusted with some military missions. While speaking, a soldier behind him had already raised a military map. The sky gradually turned dark. Compared to yesterday, the demons' offensive today had weakened by a lot. There were basically no powerful demons participating in the siege. Those that rushed over were only cannon fodder, although they could bring some losses to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. They were far from being able to shake the foundation. Under the cover of the pitch-black curtain of night, the Exorcist Mountain Pass city gate quietly opened a crack. Then, one figure after another, they nimbly slipped out of the crack and quietly left under the cover of the night. There weren't many people in this group, adding up to less than 100 people. When the city gate quietly closed, it was as if nothing had happened. They were naturally the 10 newly promoted monster hunters that had received a mission from the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military. These were the young elites of the 6th Great Temple that had formed this small team. Soldier rank number 1 monster hunters' leader, Long Hao-Chen, was the temporary captain. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were the vice captains, responsible for commanding the entire team. The mission this time wasn't complicated. It was to attack the demons' logistic supplies. According to the information sent by the scouts, tomorrow at dawn there would be a demons' grain transport team delivering supplies to the demon camp. Their mission was to destroy the demon supplies on the spot. Outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the terrain was mainly plains and hills. Wanting to hide their small team of 61 people wasn't a difficult matter. And because the terrain was too open, it was impossible for the demon army to completely block the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Therefore, although this mission seemed dangerous, it wasn't difficult at all. After all, the Exorcist Mountain Pass would rarely send troops to attack the demons' grain transport teams. This time, it could be considered as catching them off guard. Under the cover of the night, the 61 people quietly advanced along the side of the Exorcist Mountain Pass until they reached the foot of the Exorcist Mountain Range. Then they took a detour from the north side, quietly surveying the demon camp from afar. Everyone had changed into black nocturnal clothes, and their clothes were light. Even if they were magicians, with the help of levitation, their speed wasn't slow. The summoners and priests also received the magician's levitation to reduce their consumption as much as possible. In just over an hour's time, they had already bypassed the front line of the demon army's 20-li alliance. After circling another 10 li, the priest's eye of truth and the magician's appraisal eyes continuously scouted to ensure that there were no demon scouts. The knight summoned their mounts, and the summoners also summoned their magic beasts. The 61 people small team sped up with all their strength, heading towards the rear of the demon camp. Long Hao-Chen and his soldier rank 1 monster hunter's companions were at the forefront. Long Hao-Chen, Kai, Chuning, and Lin Xan, the 4 of them were on Haoyue's back. There was no way around it. Chuning, the summoner, wasn't reliable. She couldn't summon a suitable mount. However, Haoyue was more than 4 meters long, so the 4 of them didn't feel crowded. Lin Xian used the levitating wood to greatly reduce the weight of the 4 of them, so it wouldn't cause too much trouble for Haoyue. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu followed behind. With their external spiritual power, they could persist even if they ran for a day. Moreover, Lin Xian's levitation would also help them from time to time. The other monster hunters also had their own methods. After all, everyone's cultivation was at least grade 4 or above. Their overall speed was no slower than a light cavalry team. Yang Wenjiao led his soldier rank 2 monster hunters at the back of the team. The group moved forward in silence. For hours later, They had stopped behind a hill about 300 li away from the demon camp. Long Houchin gathered the leaders of the monster hunters together, spread out the map, and scanned the surroundings with the magician's appraisal eyes. That's right, it's here. According to the intelligence, this road is the only way for the demon's grain transport team, said Long Houchin in a low voice, pointing to a relatively flat dirt road at the bottom of the hill. Yang Wenjiao nodded. There's still more than 2 hours before daybreak. I think we should send a few people out to scout. The others stay here and wait for an ambush. Long Houchin said, It's better to send demonic beasts instead of people. Which team's summoner has the ability to summon flying demonic beasts? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, this was their first time working together, and it was a military operation. There was no tacit understanding between them. Yang Wenjiao slapped his forehead. Liao Yu from our team will do. You're really thoughtful. I'll ask him to send flying demonic beasts out to scout. Also, keep the magician's appraisal eyes on the surroundings. Yang Wenjiao gave a few simple instructions to Liao Yu. After a while, a few small flying demonic beasts quietly rose into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Duan Yi said, according to the intelligence, there are about 3,000 demons in the grain transport team this time. Most of them are low-level demons. Specifically, how should we attack when the time comes? Long Houchin frowned slightly. He looked at everyone and said, What suggestions does anyone have? Please speak. Lu, she said, I think it's better to coordinate. First, the magician will attack. Then the knight, warrior, and summoner will attack together. The assassin will be responsible for working together to assassinate the enemy's leader. Our priest will be responsible for the overall situation. This Lu, she was the leader of Monster Hunters No. 4. She was also the leader of Lin Xian's team and the only grade 5 priest. Hearing this, Long Houchin and Yang Wenjiao unconsciously frowned, while Duan Yi showed a contemplative look. The other Monster Hunters leaders also had their own thoughts, but none of them took the initiative to express their own opinions. I don't think this is appropriate. Long Houchin said, Huh. Lu, she looked at Long Houchin with some surprise. He was 24 years old this year. He participated in this year's Monster Hunters trials under the age limit, so he was considered one of the older people. He still admired Long Houchin's strength, but Long Houchin looked too young. Not only Lu Shi, but the other Monster Hunters leaders also did not approve of him being the leader of this operation. Long Houchin said, Commander Lu, if this kind of fighting method is used by the army, there is naturally no problem. But we are not the army. The main problem is that we are not familiar with each other. In this case, facing thousands of enemies, it will be difficult for us to achieve the set goal. Although this place is hundreds of miles away from the demon camp, the demons have air forces. After discovering that the grain transport team here is attacked, their air forces will definitely set off as soon as possible. As long as we are delayed, it will be difficult to complete this mission. Lu, she frowned slightly and said, Then what do you think we should do? Long Houchin said, Each monster hunters will fight their own battles and rush into the enemy camp from different positions. The grain transport team will definitely advance in a long snake formation, stretching the front line. Our demon hunt squads, after these days of familiarizing themselves with each other on the road as well as yesterday's battle on the battlefield, have at least established an initial level of tacit understanding. Attacking from different positions will not interfere with each other, and each team will be able to exert the greatest combat power. As long as the enemy grain transport team is cut off and then set fire to each side, it will definitely cause greater losses to the demons in a short period of time. Buy as much time as possible. Lu, she said in a deep voice, but have you thought about it? In this way, each of us monster hunters may face the siege of the enemy strong. Each monster hunters only has 6 people. What will we do if we encounter danger in this situation? Long Houchin said confidently, We can't rule out such a situation. When the time comes, Each team can only look out for each other and help each other as much as possible. Furthermore, with the overall strength of each team, even if we encounter a Type 7 powerhouse, we should be able to resist for a while. And the possibility of the grain transport team having a Type 7 powerhouse is extremely low. More importantly, please don't forget that this is a trial. What we need to do is to complete the mission as much as possible, and it can even be said that we need to obtain as many merits as possible. Protecting our own safety is important, but this mission also belongs to our team leader. To be able to become a member of the Monster Hunters, everyone was intelligent, and with the last sentence of Long Houchin, everyone immediately understood. Lu Shi's eyes revealed a look of understanding, and she looked at Long Houchin meaningfully, but did not raise any more doubts. In his heart, however, he was secretly shocked. This Long Houchin might not be old, but his thoughts were quite meticulous, and he was steady and wise in his answers. More importantly, he had found the key point of this trial. That was to complete the mission and obtain merits as much as possible. Without a doubt, Long Houchin's arrangement was the most beneficial to this goal. Everyone was a member of the Monster Hunters, and everyone hoped to obtain as many merits as possible. If they were to act together, it was very likely that they would be held back due to being in different teams. Although Long Houchin did not say it explicitly, Lu Shi naturally thought of this point. As for the Monster Hunters, there would not be such a problem if they fought on their own. Although they were separated, it seemed like their strength was also scattered. After all, every Monster Hunter was a team of all professions, and their survivability was extremely strong, and they would fight wholeheartedly for their own Monster Hunters. Furthermore, the 10 team leaders did not follow them out on the surface. But would they allow their own Monster Hunters to be destroyed? The eyes of the team leaders lit up, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Now, what they were thinking about was how to lead their members to kill as many demons as possible. I agree with Long Houchin's suggestion. Yang Wen Zhao was the first to raise his hand. Duani nodded slightly. I agree as well. Lu Shi took a deep breath. I agree. The 4 of them had reached a consensus, and the other team leaders also understood Long Houchin's intention. The battle plan was immediately approved. Next, it was time to arrange some details. There was also a difference in the strength of the 10 Monster Hunters. Long Houchin arranged the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams of Monster Hunters evenly on the battle line. This way, they could rescue the weaker Monster Hunters nearby. The 10 Monster Hunters quietly separated and arranged in a hilly area about 2 miles away. The specific order was like this. Soldier level 5 Monster Hunters were at the front, followed by Long Houchin's team number 1 Monster Hunters, followed by number 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, and 4, and at the back were number 9 and 10 Monster Hunters. These 2 Monster Hunters were relatively close to each other, and number 4 Monster Hunters, who was closest to them, was also the strongest team in terms of healing ability. Such a temporary team, under the quick arrangement of several team leaders, was considered to be in order. Each of them rested in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the mission goal. The dark sky gradually turned dark blue, and birds flew back from afar. Soon, the Monster Hunters received the news that the information was accurate. The Demon's grain transport team was coming this way, and would arrive in about half an hour. There were about 3,000 of them. The double-blade demons and demon-eye warlocks were the main ones. All the Monster Hunters began to prepare, quietly looking to the east. When the first ray of dawn appeared in the distant east, a long team also appeared in everyone's sight. 8 Zaylin clan's dual-blade demons were pulling a huge cart, slowly heading in their direction. The detection eyes of the magicians of each team began to work. There were about 200 carriages in the team, all pulled by double-blade demons. There were also some strong double-blade demons and demon-eye warlocks guarding at the side. There were only about 1,000 demons in charge of guarding the grain team. Long Houchin, there's nothing wrong with the overall observation, but there's a grain transport carriage at the front of the team that seems a bit weird. Lin Xian used the detection eyes to observe while whispering to Long Haochen. Lin Xian didn't know how to attack, but no one among the monster hunters could beat him in terms of support magic. His detection eyes were much more detailed. "Oh, what's weird?" Long Haochen hurriedly asked. Lin Xian said the other grain transport carriages left deep marks on the ground, but only that one left a very shallow mark. More importantly, there were 6 demon eye warlocks on both sides of the carriage, who were a size taller than normal demon eye warlocks, and 4 dark green double-blade demons guarding it. There seems to be something important there. According to the current arrangement, this carriage will be within our attack range. I'm afraid it'll be more troublesome. Long Haochen nodded slightly. 6 powerful demon eye warlocks and 4 dark green double-blade demons were indeed a powerful force. Sima Xian's eyes were already filled with fighting spirit. Who cares? We'll kill them. Wang Yuan rubbed her divine soul shield. Although she didn't say anything, she immediately took out her 3 crystals and looked at Long Haochen, waiting for his decision.